Tech tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
Yeah, he is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro.
Oh, God, bro.
Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even do. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face. We can talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sue Tech, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dudes. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sue Tech want to so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sue Tech want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up the Sue Tech debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
I love to tell Sue Tech. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You know? So, you heard it right here. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get on other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting, Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They got up here like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.
Yo, peace to everybody out there, man. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Like the show, share the show. Tell a friend, we live, man. It's that morning mouth, you know what I'm saying? Pause. You know, y'all crazy motherfuckers out there. Pause. Listen, I sound like I'm hoarse, I don't know why. But I've been up for quite a while. Y'all know what season it is. 'Tis the season. We abo hunting. So before we get started, I got my brother Easy the Barber in the building.
Peace to the chat, peace.
You know what I'm saying? He working today.
Yeah, he's gonna get this bread today. But we gonna scout some Indians today though, bro. I'm a big fan. I don't really do this. And my brother's talking real spicy. He's talking a lot of this pseudoscience, so we're gonna get him today, but he afraid to join the chat. So let me send this link out, you heard?
Yeah, peace. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Talking this Aboriginals or black people in America and all this craziness. Nah, we on them today though.
Yeah. I'm just surprised you up working, bro. I salute that. That's real.
We gonna get the paper.
Rain, sleet, or snow. Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Indeed.
Yeah. And it's packed. Everybody getting a fresh cut. They want to pull up on the fam bam. Christmas.
Come on now. We just, I'm trying. This is my first time, so I'm just trying to share this link.
Nah, you good? Take your time, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Give me a second. Here we go.
Look, man, while you doing that, man, I'm gonna say peace to the chat, man. What up, Keenan? Mom was good. Mika, I see you. HJ. EIE was good. Teddy. You know what I'm saying? Public Enemy was good. Y'all see we got Easy in the building, man. Yeah. We got Easy in the building on Slaughter Day. You know what I mean? Yeah, he getting people fresh, crispy.
I just sent him that link, so we just gonna wait for him. You heard?
Yeah. So tell him how we got here, Easy. Tell him how we got here, bro.
So me and my brother, we always have a discussion about history. You know what I mean? So he's of the Billy Carson type. He likes to follow Billy Carson. He talks about how the Anunnaki helped build the pyramids, and he's also under the impression that black people been in America before Christopher Columbus. And we talk about this all the time. So since it's Thanksgiving today, I'm like, yo, my man, let's have a debate. Let's have a debate. I got a few scholars that know what we're talking about. That know they talking about. Let's have a debate. Let's talk about it. I bet you $50. Bring your source. I'll bring my sources. You show your source. I'll show my source. He does not want to provide a source. Not one. All he do is want to just talk rhetoric. Okay, so if you believe that, if you think that the Native Americans are black people, provide a source. I told them that in 1621, Christopher Columbus and I met the Wampanoags. Those are the people we met. I showed it to him. Simple Google search, showed him who it was. I provided a quick source. All right, now let me see those black people who you're talking about. He won't provide a source, man. He won't provide one, bro. So I'm at the point where it's like, I'm just gonna expose you. Let's go. Let's have a chat. Let's have a debate, and we're gonna figure this out. As you see, he's not joining the chat. He doesn't want to.
Send me a message. He sent me a message. And yeah. He trying to dodge the fade. Here's what he said. He said, damn, I think I deleted it by accident. He sent me a message that said, you know what I'm saying, you and him was having a conversation. That's your bro. He's like, yeah, that's my bro. He said, but he's trying to go run and get some help. I'm gonna beat him up. I'm gonna beat him up all day. And I was like, well, it sounds to me like you ducking the smoke.
He does not want no smoke, bro. Every time I tell him let's get on the panel and debate, oh, why you gotta go get help? I don't need no help. I can, as much as I listen to you,
it's
bro.
It's not that. It's right. Where the information come from? Well, who is teaching? Karimio?
Him, Billy Carson, like, just to name a few, bro. He's pseudo, bro. He does not believe in reading. And the books that he read are pseudo-science books, bro. All those books are outdated. Outdated books, bro. So,
he cut hair too?
Huh?
He cut hair too?
Nah. He ain't nice with this. Nah, he ain't nice with this. I'm trying to get him on this debate, bro. I'm trying to get him on this live, man.
Yeah, he ducking you, bro. I'm telling you right now, he's ducking you. What's good, West African Witch? What's good? Was you too smooth?
It's
good, black. Good. Yeah. Halito to all the abos out there. What's up, Barry?
It looks like he don't want no smoke, man. So I apologize, man. I just
you good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, if he, you gave him what he gave, man. He can tune in. Tell him tune in. Tell him I got a treat for you. You know what I'm saying? I know you working. You got to cut some hair, so I ain't gonna hold you up. But tell him tune in. I got a little treat.
Listen, I pulled up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid. He talking about I'm scared. I'm here. He don't want to. And I got that. And yo, listen, I got all his text messages, bro. So if he tried to even cap and say that he didn't say this, I got the receipts. I save everything. I got it all, son. I got the receipts, bro. You don't want no smoke, yo, Pop. He ducking the smoke. Yo, he ducking the smoke, bro. You know who ducks the smoke. Who ducks the smoke from me all the time?
Why you asking that question, man?
He black. He ducks my smoke all the time.
He got the records, yo. The Caribs. They wasn't fucking niggas.
It don't matter. So now I got him on live. I'm like, yo, pull up to the panel on live. Yo, he ghosts. He don't want to do that. Listen, if I show you the records right now, if I show my screen, it's crazy, bro. Yo, he's crazy, bro. He don't want to. He don't want to play. So he went offline. He don't want to do it, bro. So
I ducking you. What up, Zane?
That's it, bro.
Yeah. No, it's no problem, man. Get to your bread, bro. You know,
right, bro.
Hey, listen, I know you in a barbershop, and I know brothers and stuff, we debate heavily in the barbershop on all topics. But if they can hear this stream, I got something for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got some information in this stream that'll be useful for the people, man, especially because they hear nonsense a lot. And a lot of times, you know what I mean? Y'all busy working, cutting hair, and you hear a whole bunch of different ideologies and shit from personalities from all walks of life. It's just trying some shit out, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna make this a good one. I'm gonna make this a good one, yo. So, you know, have your people tap in, bro. You know what I mean? You got the link if you need to come back, you know what I mean? Just come back. What's up, bro? Handle your business.
Peace to the chat. Peace.
All right, peace. All right, so I thought we was gonna have some morning smoke, you feel me? But it didn't work out. It just didn't corroborate. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to discuss a few things. Now I do need to update the description because I didn't put anything in the description. It's pretty much an open bill. I was gonna let anybody on they wanted to get to work or do whatever it is. But I did have sources. So I'm gonna nah, that's not my barber. Yeah, nah. He in a whole nother state, yo. He in a whole nother state. He just be tuning into the shows and shit. But I want to talk about an introduction to Dominican blacks. And let me bring you here. Excuse me. Let me bring you here. Everything is a teaching moment. Everything. How did the Dominicans become black? Gaps in Black Atlantic, the genesis of blackness, Dominican blackness and U.S. racism, the spreading of blackness, the fall of the plantation, black interaction, Hispaniola, East and West, arrivals of U.S. blacks, West Indians, and Haitians, 19th century black affirmation, selected moments, yada, 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 yada. It's a lot. 71 pages. It's condensed down. But this is by Silvio Torres Celia. It says gaps in Black Atlantic. There's a country in the world called the Dominican Republic, a place in the midst of the Caribbean sharing the islands of Hispaniola with the Republic of Haiti, whose intercourse with blackness and African roots would seem incontestable to qualify it as an ideal candidate for induction into the watery corridors of the transcultural international formation that Paul Gilroy has called the Black Atlantic. Yet the Black British brothers who have risen to intellectual stardom, speaking about race with the advent of cultural studies and post-colonial theory, do not know the place. The specialists in social dynamics in Latin American and the Caribbean, writing primarily in English in the United States and England, do not know either. The titles of some of their most recent books include Race and Ethnicity in Latin America, Peter Wade, The Idea of Race in Latin America, 1870-1940, by Richard Graham, African Presence in the Americas, co-edited by Carlos Moore, Tanya Sanders, and Shauna Moore, and the 2-volume collection, Blackness in America, Social Dynamics and Cultural Transformation, 1998, compiled by Arlene Torres and Norman E. Winton. These fail to include Dominican society in their panoramic vistas of race in the hemisphere. Nor do Dominicans attain in particular prominence in Africana, the Encyclopedia of African and African American Experience, the compendium of knowledge on Black peoples of the world gathered by Kwame Anthony Appiah and Henry Louis Gates Jr. Only with Peter Wynn's Americas, the changing face of Latin America and the Caribbean, do Dominicans get center stage in the hemispheric discussion of Blackness and racial identity. However, the 1992 PBS documentary on which the book is based offers a representation of Dominicans that border in character. The program highlights the oddity of an African-descended people unable to come to terms with their own Blackness. Clearly, an astonishing occurrence for an audience socialized to view race as a biological fact. The reticence of Dominicans to privilege the African aspect of their heritage and their self-definition appears in Wynn's documentary devoid of historical context. America's does no better a job in the respect and wonders of the African world. The PBS documentary hosted by Henry Louis Gates. There, the Harvard scholar regales the audience with the learned elder from the island of Lamu, just off the coast of Kenya in East Africa, who, despite his discernibly Negroid features, categorically defines its ancestry as Arabic rather than African. Similarly, another Black-looking interviewee on the neighboring island of Zanzibar describes his heritage as exclusively Persian. The two documentaries, in failing to contextualize Dominican and East African racial discourses within discrete historical experiences, end up inviting perception that construe the interviewees' understanding of their self-identity as delusional. The recent literature of Blackness in America has dealt with the Dominican case. Then in either of the two ways, a mission of tribalization. This might seem a strange lot indeed for people whose land must be called the cradle of Blackness in the Americas. Hispaniola received the first Blacks ever to arrive on the Western Hemisphere. One more time. I don't think y'all heard me. Hispaniola received the first Blacks ever to arrive on the Western Hemisphere. So there was no Black people here before this? Are you saying that there was people here, but they were not Black people? We heard what D. Red said yesterday when he tried to use gene flow and the Oceania people and saying there were some people there that were Black here, and he tried to manipulate and play that game. When we all know that the Black denotation is a clear definition of African descent, and he tried to use a wiki article with no source, and we asked him, where did they get that from? An assumption, because there were no Black people here. And I kept telling him that. And now I'm going to continue to elaborate on that. It inaugurated both the colonial plantation and New World African slavery, the twin institutions that gave Blackness its modern significance. On this island in 1503, Black Maroons first rose their subversive heads. And there too, the hemisphere's first Black slave insurrection took place on December 27, 1552. The island eventually bifurcated into two contiguous colonial sites, a Spanish domain in the east and a French one in the west. The Dominican Republic, which came into being as an independent nation state in 1844 by delinking from Haiti, which had unified the island under its rule 22 years earlier, broke the pattern of typical independence movements in the region. Unlike them, which usually achieved independence by separating from European colonial powers, the Dominican Republic attained selfhood by dissolving its ties to a former colony, a nation founded by ex-slaves. What's going on now to see? The Dominican case broke with the normal regional pattern in other ways as well. Black Dominicans interrogated the ideology of independence movement and succeeded in shaping the way the founding fathers imagined the nation. Juan Pablo Duarte, the intellectual architect of the new republic, distinguished himself from the Creole elites that championed independence projects in the 19th century Latin America in forging a nation building doctrine that was devoid of racist formulation. He posited the vision of multiracial society united by a common purpose: white, black, copper skin, crossbred, marching together, united and daring. Let us flaunt to the world our brotherhood and save the fatherland from hideous tyrants. On the surface, these lines point to a racial ideology akin to the pluralism favored by the celebrants of Latin American mestiza, a good many of whom managed to pay lip service to diversity while adhering to white supremacist social practices. However, Duarte went beyond the conundrum of mestiza. He radically proclaimed an end to the aristocracy of blood. He also stayed clear of racial otherings when articulating the need for the separation from Haiti rule. The fact that once the independence had been declared, the nascent government quickly passed a resolution to reassure Haitians who wished to stay in the Dominican side of the island that no plan existed to expel anyone and that their physical safety and their prosperity would be protected, may have emanated from Dart's anti-racist legacy. If the foregoing did not suffice to stress the richness of the Dominican field for any exploration of the tribalizations of blackness in the modern world, the way the country wrestled with slavery and emancipation culminating in anti-slavery policies of unprecedented radicalism would most certainly help make the case. First, in 1801, the liberator Toussaint Louverture came from Saint Domingue in western Hispaniola, the Spanish Santo Domingo in the east. Having unified the island under the French banner, he still proceeded to abolish and peculiar institution. Then in 1802, during the French invasion sent by Napoleon, the French commander who took over the Spanish-speaking side of the island immediately reinstated it. Slavery would remain in effect. A couple of anti-slavery uprisings having failed until 1822, when Haitian President Jean-Pierre Boyer, effectuating another unification of the island, abolished it. With the birth of a new country, the independence movement having triumphed in 1844, the Black and mulatto population pressured to have their freedom guaranteed. As a result, on March 1, 1841, 2 days after the founding of the nation, the newly formed government agreed to declare that slavery had disappeared forever from the land. When the resolution was ratified as a law on July 17, 1844, it carried an article that penalized the slave traffic with capital punishment. Another stated empathetically that slaves coming from abroad would become automatically free upon setting foot on Dominican soil. This law becomes more radical if one remembers that slavery still existed in the neighboring Spanish colonies of Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the enacting it constituted a provocation to Spanish imperial authority in the region, for it created a lure that attracted runaway slaves whose masters had hoped of reclaiming them once they entered Dominican territory. Indeed, black slaves escaped regularly from Puerto Rico to Santo Domingo from 1822 through 1878. In declaring the immediate change of status of serval population from the abject slavery to unqualified freedom, the policy surpassed any other emancipation declaration in the region in adoption of human rights logic. Needless to say, when the Dominican case is one that merits attention by anyone seriously interested in exploring the complexity of race relations and the Black experience in the modern world, speculation on why the scholars have so strongly ignored it may yield ground for discussing the geopolitical context that allows certain sites to emerge as exemplars of the human experience, while others do not, regardless of epistemic value. But perhaps we can, at this point, render no better service than to tell a story of Blackness in a place where modern Blackness, concurrently within the modern world, actually began. Ladies and gentlemen, the first Blacks to arrive in the Western world entered the Dominican territory. They are the first. There was no others. There is a distinction that is made. These people knew, and the story must be told. The genesis of blackness. The island of Hispaniola or Santo Domingo served as a port of entry to the first African slaves who stepped on Spain's newly conquered territories following Christopher Columbus's eventful transatlantic voyage in 1492. 9 years into the conquest of what thenceforward became known as the New World, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella appointed Fray Nicolas de Ovando as new governor of Santo Domingo, authorizing him to bring black slaves to their colony, marking the state of the black experience in the Western Hemisphere. The arrival of Ovando's fleet in July of 1502 ushered in social and demographic history that would lead in the course of 5 centuries to the overwhelming presence of people of African descent in the Dominican Republic today. Blacks and mulattoes make up nearly 90% of the contemporary Dominican population. Yet no other country in the hemisphere exhibits greater interdeterminacy regarding the population's sense of racial identity. To the bewilderment of the outside observers, Afro-Dominicans have traditionally failed to flaunt their blackness as a collective banner to advance economic, cultural, or political causes. Some commentators would contend, in effect, that Dominicans have, for most part, been denied their blackness. Faced with the population's tolerance of official claims asserting the moral and intellectual superiority of Caucasians by supremacist ideologies, analysts of racial identity in Dominican societies have imputed to Dominicans heavy doses of backwardness, ignorance, or confusion regarding their race and ethnicity. I would like in the pages that follow to invite reflection on the complexity of racial thinking, racial discourse among Dominicans with the purpose of urging the adoption of indigenous paradigms in their attempts to exemplificate the place of Black consciousness in the Dominican society and culture. The Dominican Republic came into being as a sovereign state in February 27, 1844, when the political leaders of Eastern Hispaniola proclaimed their judicial separation from the Republic of Haiti, putting an end to 22 years of unification under Black controlled government, with its seat in Port-au-Prince. The Haitian leadership originally resisted the idea of relinquishing authority over the whole island and made successive attempts to regain the Eastern Territory, which resulted in sporadic armed clashes between Haitians and Dominican forces until 1855. As the newly created Caribbean Republic sought to insert itself into an economic order dominated by Western powers, among which the racial imagination had long taken a firm hold, the race of Dominicans quickly became an issue of concern. In December 1844, near the end of President John Taylor's administration, U.S. Secretary of State John C. Calhoun spoke of the need for fledgling Dominican state to receive formal recognition from the U.S., France, and Spain in order to prevent the further spread of Negro influence in the West Indies. Calhoun would, as with many other American statesmen and journalists throughout the 19th century, conceive of Dominicans as other than Black. Y'all now know why they don't call themselves Black or identify as Black and yada, yada, yada. When in 1845, American agent John Hogan arrived in Santo Domingo with the mandate of assessing the country of an eventual recognition of its independence, he sided with the Dominicans in their conflicts with Haitians. As such, he became weary of the predominance of people of African descent in the country. Addressing the Dominican Minister of Foreign Relations, Tomas Bodilla, Hogan wondered whether the presence in the Republic of so large of a proportion of colored race would weaken the government's efforts to fend off Haitian aggression. But Bobadilla assuaged his fears by stating that among the Dominicans, preoccupations regarding color have never held much sway. and that even former slaves have fought and would again fight against the Haitians, if need be, on account of oppressiveness of the latter's past regime. In a dispatch addressing the U.S. Secretary of State John M. Clayton, dated October 24, 1849, American Commissioner in Santo Domingo, Jonathan E. Green, reported that Haitian violence had given force and universally to the feeling in favor of the whites in the Dominican Republic, to point that a black, when taunted with this color, could conceivably remark soy negro, pero negro blanco. 19th century foreign observers of the Dominican scene, particularly American ones, had ample occasion to note the reticence of Dominicans to brandish their black identity. But the observers themselves remain ambivalent about the racial and ethnic characteristics of the new public's population. One thinks, for instance, of the genealogy of Dominican political leaders published by the New York Evening Post on September 2nd, 1854, with the intention of frustrating Secretary of State William Macy's plan to secure the granting of official U.S. recognition to the Dominican Republic. The newspaper meant to show that the Dominican leaders were all either Negroes or mulattoes, and that the pure white population of the Dominican Republic was almost a negative quantity, thereby warning Southern statements about the dangers of extending privileges to a government based upon Negro or mulatto supremacy. The Post highlighted the blackness of Dominicans in order to spark antipathy against them in the public opinion sectors of the United States. But a book published 6 years later by an author wishing for the opposite result undertook to underestimate the black element of the Dominican population. The author represented Dominican people as made of Spaniards, Spanish Creoles, and some Africans and people of color. Two strands appeared to stand out in the observation of America's comment on racial matters in the Dominican Republic at the time. One is the sense that no austere prejudice against color prevails in the country, as one author put it, or in the words of another, that distinction of color in social life is entirely unknown. The other strain is the insistence of magnifying the white component of the Dominican population. Thus, the U.S. Senate Commissions of Inquiry that went to the Dominican Republic in early 1871 to assess whether the country was ripe for an annexation to the U.S. territory found people there to be generally of mixed blood, with the great majority being neither pure black nor pure white, but showing areas inhabited by considerable numbers of pure white people, and noting that generally in the mixed race, the white blood predominates. He said, you should start reading like a preacher. Still in the 20th century, during the government of Theodore Roosevelt, one could find in American voices attesting to presumed whiteness of Dominicans. One contended unambiguously that the inhabitants of the small Caribbean republic, with very few exceptions, were white and cited racial hostility. That is, the refusal of the white Dominican to be governed by the black Haitian, as the cause of the partitions of Hispaniola into two countries. In the same vein, an anonymous author affirmed the white blood preponderance in the Dominican Republic by contrast to neighboring Haiti, where the black race is complete ascendancy. Within the Forging series of fluctuating pronouncements on the Dominicans and race, the mixed testimony in the late 1920s of yet another American commentator, envoy extraordinary and minister of plenipotentiary Sumner Wells, should come as no surprise. While affirming that racial discrimination in the Dominican Republic is unknown, he deemed it as one of the most noteworthy peculiarities of the Dominican people, that among all shades, there is universal desire that the black be obliterated by the white. The stimulation of white immigration has become a general demand, just as interest in curtailing or regulating black immigration carried similar force. Wells described that proponents of structural causes for attitudes about race would characterize as a contradiction, since his scenario insinuates that Negrophobia can exist independent of racial oppression. I would like this baffling possibility to serve as a starting point for an inquiry into the concept of race as it has developed historically in Dominican society. Nor is it insignificant that this inquiry should spring from the states of Wales and the other North American voices. For I would contend the Dominican identity consists not only of how Dominicans see themselves, but also how they are seen by the powerful nations with which the Dominican Republic has been linked in relationship of political and economic dependence. It is not inconceivable, for instance, that the texture of Negrophobic and anti-Haitian nationalist discourse sponsored by official spokesmen in the Dominican state may have drawn significantly from North American sources dating back to the first years of the Republic. I would propose also that as we proceed forward with this inquiry, we avert the pitfalls of investigating Dominican attitudes about race exclusively through the utterings put forward by the scribes of the ruling class. We ought to make an effort to assemble instances of active participation of Afro-Dominicans in building and defining their history. Those instances, compiled from the field of social action, offer an invaluable living text, an indispensable document that is hardly detectable through archival research. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Negrophobia. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the screen. Y'all should know this. Black Negrophobia and Black Self-Empowerment, Afro-descendant responses to societal racism in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Negrophobia, or the profound fear of hatred of Black people and Black culture, is a significant issue among Black people. As part of a multi-pronged attempt to draw attention to Negrophobia's prevalence in the greater world community, I developed the multi-dimensional Negrophobia Index, which measures Negrophobia along a four-dimensional structure. I used Sao Paulo, Brazil as a case study and collected convenient sample from the help of Itacafro, a Black non-governmental organization. I found that the nature of the length of the one's relationship with Itacafro had a direct correlation with respondents' Negrophobia levels in the MINI's anti-Black dimension. The term Negrophobia can be linked back to Frantz Fanon in 1952, a psychologist from the French Antilles who engaged in numerous clinical studies to analyze the effects of colonialism upon Blacks in colonized nations. Fanon observed that the European practice of attributing negative characteristics to Black people and things had a negative effect on Blacks, and that their exposure both to this and to colonialism itself caused them to internalize negative ideas about Blacks and objectify themselves. Through psychoanalysis, he evaluated this thought system in whites and Blacks, thus spawned the term Negrophobia. The truth of the matter is, the people that we have conversations with every day have Negrophobia, yet they possess this demeanor to use the word Negro often. You have a phobia, bro. And here's why. Negrophobia is prevalent in many areas of the world, and is usually a dominant attitude in societies in which African descendants are economically, socially, and politically marginalized. The lack of AIDS treatment and prevention programs, the absence of healthy food, the continuation of female sterilization, the encouragement of widespread abortion of Black fetuses, and the persistence of policy violence in Black communities worldwide are all examples of Negrophobia's widespread prevalence. This paper analyzes Negrophobia's influence in Brazilian society, and particularly among African descendant residents of Sao Paulo. In this paper, I use Sao Paulo, Brazil as a case study for developing an integrated framework for understanding Negrophobia. I will begin this paper by fleshing Negrophobias out as a concept. I will then provide an overview of Negrophobia's prevalence in Brazilian history and culture and discuss the necessity of evaluating the pushback effectuated by Blacks in the Black movement. In the third section, I will present the results I collected from the survey I administered in Sao Paulo, Brazil. By way of conclusion, I will discuss the data's implications, provides his methodology, goes on to use Fanon again to define Negrophobia. So it's a thing. It's a thing. So I'm gonna give you a little bit more about the Dominican Blackness, and then I'm gonna turn the tide. I did pin the link in the chat, so I don't know why y'all, the Abos is ducking the smoke. Yes, that describes the Abos to a T. That's the reason why I went there. Damn. The number of Blacks in Hispaniola grew dramatically as the Spanish settlers' need for bonded labor increased with a rapid decimation of the Aboriginal Taino population. So real quickly, who are the Tainos? Because the number of Blacks grew in the Spanish settlement. So there's a distinction between the Taino and the Blacks. A census of the colony taken in 1508 showed that a mere 60,000 Tainos remained from the original 400,000 found by the Spanish in 1492. The high mortality rate of the native workforce and the need for able bodies in the gold mines caused the Crown to overrule an earlier decree that had only permitted the importation of those Black slaves who, born to a Spanish master, had received a Christian upbringing. Colonists in 1511 could secure their labors through slave traffic directly from Africa. By 1519, the Taino population had shrunk to 3,000 souls. The gold mines had exhausted their deposits. Whites had begun to immigrate massively, and they would do so in greater numbers, lured by the mineral riches subsequently discovered in the mainland colonies of Mexico in 1522 and in Peru in 1538. Concomitantly, sugar cultivation had made its way into the colonial scene, brought by Columbus to Hispaniola during his second voyage in 1493. The sugarcane went through successive periods of the industrial trial and error until 1516. An entrepreneur named Gonzalo de Velasa turned the processing of plant into a lucrative enterprise. The success of Velasa's experiment led to the rise of the sugar industry. As preeminent economic institution of the island, by 1522, the colony boasted a host of plantations that involved the participation of most notable members of the ruling class. Since the plantation drew its labor force almost exclusively from bonded Africans, the Black presence in the colony grew enormously while the immigration of whites continued unabated. The development of plantation economy in the 16th century, Santo Domingo, may actually provide the clue to the historical origins of anti-Black racism in the modern world. In an insightful, lucid chapter, Pedro Mir has convincingly argued that the triumph of Velasa's industrial technology dealt a fatal blow to the Black slave population by begetting a conceptual association between slavery and race. From then on, slavery acquires new traits and shows characteristics of modern institution. It becomes a colored institution. A subsequent study of the colonial origins of a racial prejudice supports mere argument in claiming that prior to the rise of the sugar industry in Santo Domingo, a racial prejudice against Black slaves did not exist in the Americas with any meaningful centrality as an argument of ideology of slavery. Comparable, though, not identical phenomena. In what is today the United States, delayed until the end of the 17th century, the historical process whereby dark complexion would become an independent rationale for enslavement. Velosa's success then in equating sugar with Blackness inaugurated the racialization of slavery. So the dude Absolute Lee has entered the chat. He is astronomically late to this chat, and he's asking questions. You need to go back and catch the beginning of this build. You're asking questions that are over your head. Wasn't no 15,000 Irishmen, women, and children transported by Cromwell and sold as slaves? No, there was not. There was no such thing that ever occurred in the history of the Americas. 50,000 have never arrived here as slaves, ever. What you're trying to equate to, and it wasn't no women and children. What you're trying to do is you're trying to use an incident where there were 300 plus thousand white people that immigrated to the Americas, and then there was another 30 to 50,000 people who had committed crimes and had been jailed in the England and back in England and so forth in these European colonies. These European countries per se. Them people were sent to the New World as servants, indentured servants. There was never no such slave trade that brought 50,000 slaves to the colonies or anywhere else. I ask you to provide the evidence for said claim because apparently you have a comprehension problem and have never read the primaries. Absolutely, you sound like Absolute One. You do not. That's the reason why you won't hit the link. That's the reason why you don't talk, because you own an Abo account. You're a fake Abo account, and you don't want no one to know that you're actually Autistic One. You hide that in the name Absolute because you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. Naturally, the importation of African slaves to Santo Domingo gained momentum, with the result of the Black population from the second decade of the colonization of the island invariably outnumbered the white, often by a wide variety. In 1552, the colonists from Santo Domingo would make countless requests for licenses to import Africans and many smuggled slaves, unbeknownst to the Spanish authorities. The gap of 1,157 white settlers against 9,648 slaves assessed by a census in 1606 would widen in the decades that followed. The numerical disparity would become further accentuated in the extent to which the plantation lost the vitality of its beginnings and the Spanish settlers opted for immigration. I'm gonna stop right there. I want to bring y'all back to the first Blacks. Let's talk arrival. I mentioned this earlier and I'm gonna say it again. Black people began to arrive in La Española within the first transatlantic expedition led by Christopher Columbus in 1492 and continued to do so throughout the 16th century, either as free individuals, servants, or mostly as enslaved laborers, either under legal permits issued by the Spanish monarchy or smuggled into contraband illegally, dispatched ships, or unauthorized, non-licensed vessels of pirate source. Usually the countries hostile to Spain at any given time during the century. There's something that I mentioned earlier that a lot of people did not think about and kind of glossed over. Those Africans who were already Christianized could come to the New World because they hold a new faith. They could be used to help push an agenda. The first person of African descent known to have arrived in La Española in modern times was Juan Marino, or Juan Petro, John the Black, a free, by all indications, young Black man who accompanied Columbus as a servant in 1492 and 1493 expeditions. Pause. Let's pull the manuscript up. Let's translate it. Here's the manuscript. It's 5 pages. There's the transcription. And now the translation. Of the ones that had killed the said Indians in the province, and that he knows it because he saw and heard it. Witness 1. Adrian hanged, about the clergyman that observed and confessed to him. Who witnessed what? Pedro Ortiz, clergyman, says that he confessed Adrian, and that cause why it's publicly said that he was hanged was because he and another had to go to Santo Domingo to free Don Fernando de Guevara, who was imprisoned under orders of the admiral, and that his witness pleaded with the admiral on his knees to wait until the following day because he was confused and could not confess well, and he did not want to do it, and that he turned to him and confessed him and absolved him, and that when the chain was removed and the rope was wrapped the neck, he said, "Traitors, dogs, why do you want to hang me this way without confessing?" That the admiral ordered to have 12 or 13 men flogged. They tied him to a beam and threw him from a cradle, because when hungry, they traded gold. Yeah, it's all over the place. Anyway, there's a story that is being told here, and it's oddly ordered for 5 pages, and it's oddly ordered. But here on the second page is where John the Black appears in the writings of these mojos. Ending the first, going into the second, it says, Juan Marino was flogged because he went to hunt and for being a rascal. Who was Juan Marino? A young Black man named Juan Marino, or Juan Petro, who worked for Columbus. He was a servant. Again, know what we're talking about. Also, he says that to a Juan Marino who went to hunt with the dog for the pantry of the admiral, and because he did not bring back a lot of game, he ordered to give him 100 lashes, which were given by an Indian, and the said Marino announced it going on foot and naked, saying that he ordered for those to be given to him for being a rogue. Pause. Juan goes out and hunt for game, comes back short-handed. An Indian is ordered to give Juan lashes. Juan is a Negro, an African. He is a servant to Christopher Columbus. He is beaten for not doing a good job. 100 lashes. if the Indian was a black person and Juan saw a black person, it is in this that we would draw the similarities that of phenotype. There was no distinction made about Juan and the Indian being of the same. Not in any court case, because remember, they had to go back to Europe because there was a trial about some shit that transpired during this whole thing. And they wanted to confirm what people saw and what happened. Oh, y'all forgot about that. My bad. I didn't mean to spoil it. But this is the first black person, right? It was two blacks that was with Columbus, but we ain't got to get into all of that. These Indians never seen these Negroes before. Never. Never. During the 2 decades that followed, there were cases of other free blacks of both sexes who went across the Atlantic to La Española on their own will as free individuals, but most of the recorded cases that we know are of blacks forcibly brought into the colony by Spaniards or other Europeans who wanted to use them either as laborers in mining activities in the search for gold, as domestic servants. We know of no other direct evidence from the rest of the 1490s about the factual arrival of blacks in La Española. But there are indirect documental indications from 1497 that the Spanish may already have been thinking of taking enslaved blacks to work in La Española. A local oral tradition of the residents of Santo Domingo City, first documented well into the 17th century, refers to a black woman residing in the colony before the arrival of the colonial governor Nicholas de Ovando's colonizing expedition of 1502, who was remembered for her medical healing and caregiving services provided by the dwellers of the early village from their own hut, her own hut. Here's the manuscript. We have the primaries. We don't have to make shit up. We don't. Why would we have to make shit up? First of all, Columbus going to the New World had nothing to do with him ever going to Africa. He didn't have to go to Africa. There were already other people that went to Africa and were bringing the Africans back to Europe, where those two people who aboard him come from, his ship come from. So for your claim in the chat to assert that Columbus never went to Africa is irrelevant, because he didn't have to go to Africa. They were bringing Africans since the 7th century, and really before that, but I want to be specific. The 7th century, they were bringing Africans into European countries. But to be more specific, when they entered West Africa in 1415, mind you, see, this is how I know you don't know history. And I don't know why I looked down in the chat. I just should have kept building. But in 1415, they enter West Africa, and with them, they bring back a group of 10, a very prominent story. They enslaved one of the people who we all know as, y'all tell me who was the first person, because he sold out 10 other Africans. He said he was a prominent player, that he could get you more people. Anybody know who this person is? I've said it several times. Truestorian has said it. It's been on several shows. But this is one of those where the Moors like to claim this guy. There you go. I knew Taarka knew. This is it. Damu the Moor. He sold out others. No, you got it. Sold out others. It's just it behooves me that these dudes is like, well, Columbus didn't go to Africa. What the fuck does him not going to Africa have to do with anything? There were people since 1415, way before 1492, that was going to Africa and bringing fucking Africans to these back to Europe. I'm gonna say that again. They were already bringing people from Africa to Europe from 1415, way before Columbus set sail. This is how you get two black people on the ship with you going goddamn to the New World. But this is a translation of the ancestral woman that was doing her work. And hold on, I got us on the wrong one. All right, hold up, let me go back. Yeah, we on the right one. But back to where we at. On the other hand, there's a record from 1499 showing that by then the Spanish crown was also contemplating the possibility that enslaved or enslavable black people might exist who could be residents of some of the territories across the Atlantic being explored by other sailors beside Christopher Columbus that were also being encouraged or supported by the crown to do so. In the text of Capitalization or Agreement with Sailor Vincent Yanez Pinzon of June 6, 1499, the officials ensuring the document of Yanez on behalf of the Spanish monarchs mentioned that the things this explorer might find and be allowed to seize the territories to be visited, indicating that we also grant you any type of black or dark slaves or other of the ones considered slaves in Spain, and for whom there is reason to be slaves. A similar item was included in a few more capitalizations of 1500 and 1501 between the Spanish crown and other sailor explorers. But soon as the provisions allowing the capture and enslaving of the found people was dropped from the agreements, possibly as it becomes clear that all new people in Spanish or Spanish-sponsored explorers were coming across had not previously encountered Europeans and did not necessarily fit their preconceived notions of enslavability. The first two recorded cases of black persons traveling to La Española after 1493 that we know of are those of two free black men hired in Seville in 1501 by two different employers to do work as salaried workers in La Española. The first name is Pedro, had previously been a servant of a merchant, and then under determined date of that year, was hired under contract by a resident of Seville. The contract covered his travel to La Española on a vessel that was about to leave, and serving his employer as a worker for 2 years, digging of gold and doing whatever was required in exchange for a salary of 6,000 maravedis per year, food and shelter, in accordance to what other workers are given in the said island, plus a 20th of all the gold extracted, all to be paid every 4 months. the food to be paid for from the day the ship left. The second was Andres Garcia, hired on October 13th to travel to La Española and work there for 4 years for a salary of 8,000 maravedis per year. His travels fare also covered by his employer. By the summer of 1501, there is a firm evidence that the Spanish monarchs were already considering using the labor of enslaved blacks in the colonizations of La Española, as seen in the instructions issued by the Catholic kings on September 16th of the year to newly appointed governor of La Española, Nicolas de Evado, before he was dispatched to the colony. Item 21 of these instructions orders Evado to prevent the arrival of the Indies of non-Christians, but to allow blacks as well as non-blacks that had been born under the power of Christians. You will not allow or cause to go there either Moors or Jews or heretics or reconciled ones or persons newly converted to our faith, except if they were black slaves or other slaves who had been born under the power of Christians who are subjects and natives. Absolutely. You're late. The Taino ain't black. They're not black people. They are a separate people. I mentioned the Tainos when I talked about the Dominican Republic. When we talked about the blacks in Dominica, we mentioned the Tainos as there was a clear distinction between the Tainos and the blacks. We ain't got to do all of this. We ain't got to do all of this. So to my brothers and sisters that out there that are actively Christian, it was, you following the religion. You're following it to a T. They're telling you straight up and down. No sugarcoating. All Catholic kings, yeah, don't trip off of that. You ain't did anything, bro. You ain't did shit. You've been on a tour with Dominicans. So fucking what? Them black people that are on that island, 90% of their population is of African descent. And I'm saying that because the people that you want to call something are mixed with African descent. Period, point blank. You ain't got no kind of, he ain't got no fucking logic, bro. None. The concern for preventing the arrival of non-Christians into La Española had already been conveyed by the crown shortly before in an agreement of September 5th of 1501 with Luis de Arriaga, who was at the time preparing a colonizing expedition to La Española, and it would be reiterated in another order to Ovando in February 15th, 1502. As to explicit reference in the documents to black slaves as acceptable inhabitants of the new colony, it seems to show the possible inception already at this early stage of the racialization process in which the image of black people began to be associated with the status of enslavement, at least in the minds of some of the Spanish royal elite. A similar clause was included in some additional capitalizations of 1501 and 1500 and 1501. Between the Spanish crown and other sailors explorers. But soon the authorizing of the capture and enslavement of the people found was dropped from these contract agreements, possibly as it became more and more evident that all the people that the Spanish explorers or those supported by the Spanish crown were coming into contact with were unknown to Europeans and did not necessarily represent the conditions that in the eyes of the Europeans would render them enslavable. Ain't nobody dope ask me. I'm just so fresh, so clean. Who was this? Historian Luis Gil Fernandez was the first to publicize the story of who? Juan Portuguese. First recorded mention of Juan Portuguese is presence in the Americas is in deposition from the 1500s, generated as part of a trial launched against Christopher Columbus. You remember? I said that there was a trial and they wanted to know what the hell happened and what transpired. Juan Portuguese was on the trial. Why did Juan Portuguese not tell people that, hey, there's other people that look like me that were already there? He never said such, ever. The fact that Juan Portuguese stood trial against Christopher Columbus and never uttered another word about, he made a distinction himself. Let's get to Juan. Can we get to Juan Portuguese distinction? He ain't seen nothing. He's seen Indians, or what they would call or deemed as Indians. That was it. Y'all don't like Juan Portuguese, huh? The Abos don't like Juan Portuguese, huh? He put some salt in their game. Look, man, I've been giving y'all some information. Early mornings with the Mossy is about to be the afternoons. Bear with me one moment. I want to update the description so that people to get it. What up, Arafat? What's good? You still ain't told me what your Twitter handle was, bro. I ain't got Twitter, but you ain't tell me. You know what I'm saying? You didn't tell me what your Twitter handle was, so how can I go on and No, Arafat, don't talk about, nope, don't mention that, bro. You gotta be, bro. You gotta let people think what they want to think. He didn't have to travel to Africa. They were already traveling to Africa way before all of that. So you gotta let people think what they want to think. Until he come on a panel to deal with that, we gonna let him think what he want to think. He just gonna be in the chat. He gonna stay in the chat. He ain't about that life, bro. Let him think what he want to think. That's why I didn't want to get into the where Columbus went or did not go, because we know that he can't demonstrate that. And if he's that confident, then he would have already joined the panel, and he would have already provided the information that was necessarily needed. I just updated in the description of the video the sources that have been shown today. I wanted to make sure that I did that. That's why I stopped. We don't want to. We don't want to listen. If he want to have a conversation about that, then that's when we can show and prove. But he doesn't want to have a conversation, so we say we don't really necessarily need Columbus to go to Africa. I want y'all to understand that. We don't need Columbus to go to Africa. Let me stop sharing real quick. I want to put something on. Hold up. Let me pull it up first. So about 6 hours ago, Let me show y'all this shit. It popped up. Listen, we don't watch this dude's channel. I never seen a video from the guy ever. But I want to show y'all something. And no, I'm not gonna play it. I damn sure not. I'm not about to be arguing right now too. My voice ain't woke up. This fool, the true origin of Thanksgiving, historical context, traditional harvesting. Yeah, I can watch this shit. I'm not watching that shit. That I am not. Yeah, I ain't watching that. Y'all on y'all own on that one. I don't even know why that showed up in our algorithm. And he got all them fools watching his shit. Hold on 1 second. I got to go back to Autistic 1. Although I know his teacher is the person that we just mentioned, we got to go to Autistic 1. Right? Just bear with me, y'all. Why y'all ain't hitting this link, man? It's an open bill, bro. What we doing? It's an open bill. So once again, he finna play somebody else's video and interject. Another Moors dude, Taj Tariq Bey. Man, that's what the fuck these Negroes is, bro. They ain't even, they just, bro, they got an identity problem. They the biggest wannabes in the history of the game, bro. I'm not finna listen to this shit. Not this one. I'm not listening to him and, nah, not him and Taj Tariq Bey. Nah, I'm straight on that one. So you just, okay. So ain't no, you're not gonna share no information. Y'all just gonna talk this whole show.
The only reason why a greedy ass do that, because she want to fucking eat. I just realized it. She time it is, man. Ain't no reason on crying. So we crying what the fuck the kids gonna do, right? All we could do is just go forward, right, and persevere. We tougher than leather. Aboriginals, actually of the Indians or whatever classification that you turn, whatever term that you, and we moving forward. Let me see. We did genealogy for years. For years. I've seen people do genealogy. For years. For years. For years. I've seen people doing genealogy. I haven't found too many people who actually Indians not motherfucking tax, except a few people who actually pushing this paradigm. So I don't never like, you know, I'm a Moor. I ain't never want to be liked it by niggas, man, or people, period.
There you go. He's a Moor. Way to admit that. Way to finally fucking just come out and just be with your chest out. The Aboriginal movement in America is nothing but a renaming of the Moorish bullshit. He said it. All this shit is a new age more. It is a redefining of they bullshit. That's all this is. It's new age pseudoisms. By the way, let's go here real quick. Let me show y'all this Negro. Now, does he look, no, not Negro, my apologies. Does he look like any of y'all? Does he sound like any of y'all? Does he have the DNA evidence?
And the Creeks are in Muskogee were people who. Chief Seco, now when you say Black Indians, many people outside of this conference perhaps would not be familiar with that conference. They'll say, well, Black and the Indian are kind of separate. Can you explain what the term means, Black Indians?
Black Indian is a misnomer. The word Black, as far as we're concerned, one drop of Native blood unites us all, but we've always identified ourselves as we the people, Native American.
One drop of Indian blood unites us all. One drop of Indian blood unites us all. He is definitely a Negro. He is most definitely a Negro. Could he have some ancestry from other people? Potentially. But I just wanted to put him on the screen, you know what I'm saying? Because he, the dude that I just showed, is totally different than this fool. He is always in character. Top Cats, Autistic One, A Stupid, 111 Truth, Hawkhead, Punk and Funk, Callaway, Research Guy. All of them are never in character. The only time Top Cats is in character is when he go on Sonetta and he trying to be funny. Outside of that, he ain't rocking none of that shit that he be showing on camera. He in character. But the last dude that I just showed you had the fucking black paint on his face, the white paint on his face, the hairstyle, the feathers, the whole get up. He was in character like a fucking Hebrew Israelite. These dudes are never in character, man. I don't know nothing about Asar Garfield, bro. I ain't been paying attention. I ain't been paying attention. I can't lie. Maybe they talking about Egypt. All right, watch this. Peep this.
Getting a genealogy report done. You would go here. These are our credentialed genealogists. These are people who have been
Theology, all of this shit. Hold on one second. All right, so look, see, and I'm telling you, like, I know y'all like, and a lot of people is doubting AP. Even some of our own people, you know what I'm saying? They doubting him. Because Jabari is real cunning and crafty when it comes to how he changed the subject on the subject matter, how he changed it and convoluted and make it so vague and ubiquitous to where now you're gonna start arguing his point. Nah, you stay on point. Stay on point. You ain't gotta argue. We ain't gotta argue nothing dealing with Africa, brother, because they already know they can't go back that far. They're gonna give you these fairy tales and fantasies. Oh, this empire, and I'm not even understand what I'm trying to say, right? This is what I'm telling you, right? Even when you get into African studies, they break it down in sections. You got North Africa, then you got Sub-Saharan Africa, which is West Africa, and then you got South Africa. You understand what I'm saying? But in comparison to the originator, which is the America, and I know a lot of people don't concur with that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. America is the old world. America is the old world. And a lot of brothers and sisters that reside in Africa came from here. There's too many sources that indicates that pretty much sums it up that, yeah, these people came from here, brother. They came from the Amaru. So, like, even when we get into a lot of this history, brother, like, look, I believe, like I said, maybe I'm naive, but I believe my brother AP would have took Jabari out in very deep waters. Shit that he wouldn't be able to explain it because he has no knowledge of it. See, it's different when you debating something that you never heard of before, and you use conjecture to try to pretty much try to debate it, or to say that, all right, well, this is not real. Like, you know, every source we pull up, there's an opportunity for these niggas to try to go and try to, this person used to chew fucking tobacco. Oh, this person used to, like, they always use slander to try to, like, cancel the have, like, the source to seem irrelevant, or seem like, oh, this person was out of his mind when he wrote this, like they try to do with James Churchward. They try to say James Churchward was out of his mind because they used that to slander him and use propaganda to make people not even take the book seriously. I read both books, The Children of Mu, Symbol of Mu, and The Queen of Mu. I read both of them, and they both got fucking sources in which people use today. The person who decoded the Mayan calendar, or the Mayan calendar, the Mayan number system, as well as the Mayan Nahuatl, or certain forms of Nahuatl, right? The same individual, Michael, I believe his name is Michael Coe. If it's not Michael Coe, it's something else. I might be wrong with that. But that's the same person that Churchward sourced up in his book. He got mad sources in that book. Mad sources. And there's too many intelligent individuals who are sourcing or who are referencing these so-called timelines. Too many. It ain't just no nigga who just start doing research, who just don't want to believe something. And that's what you get a lot of times. A lot of times you get people who got contention just because what you saying doesn't line up to what they believe in.
See, that's the bullshit we talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Confirmation bias is the tendency to search for interpret, and recall information in a way that supports what we already believe. That's why I said you have to do unbiased research. You have to do unbiased research. If you already hold a position, you must read the other side of the argument. If you don't know the other side of the argument and you're sitting here conjecting to people, you are demonstrating confirmation bias and motivated reasoning. What is that? Motivated reasoning is a cognitive bias which describes our tendency to accept what we want to believe more readily and with less scrutiny than that which we don't want to believe. This is a form of implicit emotion regulation in which the brain converges on judgments that minimize negative and maximize positive affect states associated with the threat to attain of motives. In short, confirmation bias is an implicit tendency to notice information that coincides with our pre-existing beliefs and ignore information that doesn't, while motivated reason is our tendency. Hold up. What's up, Sister Beatrice? In an implicit tendency to notice information that coincides with our pre-existing beliefs and ignore information that doesn't, while motivated reasoning is our tendency to readily accept new information that agrees with our worldview and critically analyze that which doesn't. So when he's on here talking, playing Ali Muhammad's video, saying the dumb shit that he says, they are demonstrating in good faith confirmation bias as well as motivated reasoning.
This person used to, like they always use slander to try to like cancel the have like the source to seem irrelevant.
Pause. Slander you said slander, right? Always use slander. That's what you said. Slander. You sure you want to do that with me? Because I can show you slander. Let me show you slander.
We flagged it.
Man, I got mind control over Debo. He be like, shut the fuck up. I be quiet, but when he leave, I be talking again.
Do they shit? It's they weigh in. Oh, we got Sean P on here as well.
But it's crazy how niggas like that about.
P,
man,
yeah,
good eye, YK, good eye.
You want some smoke with A1, Sean P? I heard you the new Pan-African around, nigga. You want to get this debate on?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You know, Sean P playing some of your video from the debate. I said, Sean P. I said, Sean P doing what? He said, Sean P. Playing some of the debate. I said, Sean P playing some of the debate, bro. I bugged the fuck up. I'm about to strike your ass. And I'm not about to do that. I'm calling. Did you call the police, Kelly? I did. I'm calling the police. I already did it. Yeah. You playing with big Aboriginal power. You sitting here playing with my people's money, bro. They pay money for these debates, bro. They get an exclusive ordeal out of this to be able to exclusively go back and watch it because they paid for it, bro. You ain't gonna release some of the debate because you want to, because you a hating ass, punk ass boy.
Hating ass, punk ass boy. Do you need more evidence? I can go to a show and clip where 111 Truth continuously calling YK a bitch. Y'all got that shit bad over there, because you do it too.
So I didn't even give him no warning. I don't give a damn. I flagged that bitch ass nigga shit, dog.
Come on. So what we really talking about right now? What is you talking about, Autistic One? Y'all are the worst. And yes, I got clips of you doing the same thing, Autistic One, calling motherfuckers bitches and saying all of this other shit. And now you over here hiding your hands, talking about they always do this, they always resort to this. You is a always resort lie. We match your energy, nigga.
Or saying like, oh, this person was out of his mind when he wrote this, like they try to do with James Churchward. They try to say James Churchward was out of his mind because they used that to slander him and use propaganda to make people not even take the book seriously.
What up, bro? Halito.
What's up? I see you going in.
Yeah, chilling, bro. Chilling. You already know what's going on, man. It's banging another day in the trenches. What you got going on?
You've been on here about an hour. You've been on here almost 2 hours. I just popped on.
Yeah, almost 2 hours. Yeah, this dude, man, was out. The only reason I was alive because homie hit me up and was like, you know, somebody was like trying to like, you know, wanted some smoke or whatever. You know, I've been trying to hunt down the elbows. You know what I'm saying? They weren't with none of that though. They weren't with the business. They were just talking. And so yeah, they just ducking it. They don't want to deal with nothing, man. So I went in on the Black Dominicans, you know what I mean, and kind of like speak to that, and how the first Black people that actually arrived in the New World, they ended up at that spot, right? And how their Blackness has been removed from them, and they don't even affiliate or associate with their Blackness because of the way shit's advertised among, you know, whiteness and all of that. And so,
talking about Dominicans now?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't necessarily say
you right. Right though. I was about to say you right on, because you know I be going over there.
Yeah.
You definitely right. Like but the thing is, like the Black over there is like Haitians. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
Like, hunting down the Haitians and shit and trying to get them back over there to Haiti. So like a lot of them is real Black. I actually witnessed it. I actually got footage of it where they hopped out on. You know what I'm saying?
It said that in the book, man. The book it was article 71 pages talks about that. You know, and they supposed to not be doing that shit to them Haitians. You know what I mean? They made up little treaties or whatever where the people that was already there can go on and live their little prosperous lives. And then here you go saying, nah, nigga, they telling the Haitians get the fuck on back across the way.
Yeah, man.
This is how we got our white power by drawing a demarcation line between us and y'all.
Yeah, everybody ain't with it over there, but you know,
yeah,
you know how it is. The main powers that be, and then you got some people that's they need to go back over there. You know, it's a mix between everything.
Yeah.
But nah, you right on though.
Nah, man, that's pretty much it. And then I was just playing some of this old hypocritical ass autistic ones. Where he finna play the Ali joint. And that's really what I wanted to get to out of this one was because, you know what I'm saying, somebody had told me, you know, Ali had done it again. So I wanted to see what I wanted to play that part and see what Ali done. Even fucked up everything. He became a whole new geneticist and shit. So yeah, he can do your DNA and shit now. You know what I'm saying? He can read your chromosomes and shit. You know that? Are you on mute? I mean, I'm gonna play it while you on mute.
Nah, I don't know who you talking about. I'm like I said, I'm just listening.
Okay, nah, you know what I'm talking about, Ali Muhammad.
Oh, yeah, what he said. He definitely playing Aboriginal.
Yeah, Ali Muhammad, man. He's an Aboriginal geneticist.
Yeah, he done got beat up so many times though.
Yeah, he kept reinventing himself. Keep his relevance. Yeah. What's up with your girl, man? She ever come in here?
Go ahead and play it, though. I'm about to eat.
All right, go ahead.
I read both books, The Children of Mu, Symbol of Mu, and The Queen of Mu. I read both of them, and they both got fucking sources in which people use today. The person who decoded the Mayan
he ain't gonna tell you that he ain't cross-reference it, that he didn't do nothing else, that he didn't, you know what I mean? He's just gonna say that he read the book. And I doubt he read it because I don't believe he read shit.
Calendar or the Mayan calendar, the Mayan number system, as well as the Mayan Nahuatl or certain forms of Nahuatl, right? The same individual, Michael, I believe his name is Michael Coe. If it's not Michael Coe, it's something else. I might be wrong with that. But that's the same person that Church Ward sourced up in his book. He got mad sources in that book. Mad sources. And there's too many intelligent individuals who are sourcing or who are referencing these so-called timelines. Too many. It ain't just no nigga who just start doing research, who just don't want to believe, something. And that's what you get a lot of times. A lot of times you get people who got contention just because what you saying doesn't line up to what they believe in. And if what you saying is true, then that means their whole belief system is flawed. So I put the link in there, man. If y'all want to come on and do a bill, because I got some stuff I need to look for, but the link is definitely in the chat room. Some of these debates are informative, but then some of the debates ain't nothing but a shit show and an opportunity to where you try to clown somebody else, or you try to make it seem like, oh, exactly. But yeah, a lot of the debates are shit shows. They just trying to like discredit the person who coming up with the source. They try to discredit that individual, and therefore the people who viewing it, unless they curious, right? But if they are indoctrinated and they are people who worship other third dimensional beings, then they ain't never going to research it, because automatically right there, just from what this clown said, oh, that's not scholarly or whatever. Listen, put it like this, right? All research is based on fucking sources, nigga, and the credibility of the fucking source, nigga. So Jabari can't come in there with this eugenics source-based material that
This nigga always calls something that goes against his fucking position eugenics. Like he really don't understand. He really don't understand. Like he stay doing that. I don't care nothing about Jabari, but goddamn, bro, why is you keep on trying to call everything that goes against your position eugenics? That's crazy to me.
that he's basically he's indoctrinated. He can't go outside of that. He's not a free thinker. We are free thinkers over here. We could think as long as it's in line and it's in the guides of the information and the material that we're reading, then it's all credible. And that's the thing. Like, you know, a nigga, like a lot of these niggas and these Pan-Africans, you can tell them like,
let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something real quick. See, there's a book out that I dropped, that I didn't drop, but there's a book out that I did on Science with Sean. And I keep referring to this book because I think people have this problem. They have this complex. Critical thinking, right, is a reality. You have to train to yourself to think critically, right? So this dude says free thinkers. So what is a free thinker? What's a free thinker? Critical thinkers apply objective mindset to analyze the nature of the question and answer it in a way that seems most logical, consistent, and applicable. Free thinkers, on the other hand, tend to reject any overarching form of authority, particularly religious authority. I'm finna pull the book up. This is just crazy. Critical thinking is at the heart, very goal-oriented. The core tenet of critical thinking is to pursue the most probable answers to its natural conclusion. So what is free thinking? Free thinking are suspicious whenever someone, particularly someone in a position of power, tells them anything about anything. Extraordinarily non-orthodox free thinkers, but convention in thought. They hold that any belief promulgated by religious authority, dogmatic texts, or spiritual revelations should be treated with great scrutiny and a healthy dose of skepticism. Those are free thinkers. Peep game. But don't think that free thinkers are just some incest group of atheists leaving scarf-making remarks in comment sections of apologist YouTubers. No. Free thinkers may, in fact, be religious themselves. In the field of science, and let me get out of this one, because it goes back to this point. But in the realm of science, right, free thinking is really a very strange way to get here. You ain't getting through it in science. So free thought is an epistemological viewpoint which holds that beliefs should not be formed on the basis of authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma, and should instead reach by other methods such as logic, reasoning, and empirical observation. Is this true? Is this true? Is this what he is intending to tell us? No. Dictionary: free thinker is a person who forms their own ideas and opinions rather than accepting those of other people, especially in religious teachings. I don't know why they keep going to religious teachings, but the point of this in its entirety is that this is what A1 is. A person who forms his own ideas and opinions rather than accepting those of other people's. He just said it. We free thinkers over here, yo. We free thinkers.
just from what this clown said, oh, that's not scholarly or whatever. Listen, put it like this, right? Our research is based on fucking sources, nigga, and the credibility of the fucking source, nigga. So Jabari can't come in there with this eugenics source-based material that he's indoctrinated. He can't go outside of that. He's not a free thinker. We are free.
How is he indoctrinated? And you just came on this same stream and called yourself, I'm a Moor. You said it yourself. I'm a Moor. That's what you came on here and said, bro. You ain't free thinking. You part of a religious doctrine. More
free thinkers over here. We could think as long as it's in line and it's in the guides of the information and the material that we reading, then it's all credible. And that's the thing. Like, you know, a nigga, like a lot of these niggas and these Pan-Africans, you can tell them, like, look, do you think European history is real? Do you, even their history on us, do you think they telling you the truth about what happened to us? And most of them will tell you no. But then at the same token, right, they'll regurgitate some shit they hear. They'll tell you Lincoln freed the slaves, right? Lincoln freed the slaves, Emancipation Proclamation, right? They'll tell you Lincoln freed the slaves, right? But then we see too many niggas free before the Emancipation. I mean, 40 years before the Emancipation Proclamation, we see people free. Now you think about it. If we finding all these free Negroes in 1830, right? How long you think they was doing that? You think they was doing that for 30 years, or for these people was probably doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, I've already shown y'all that we know the amount of free people that was in the Americas each step of the way when they began to start keeping shit in play. This is all a part of their census data that has been attributed to our knowledge of knowing about our free Black presence. I also just showed on the screen earlier in this build that there was some people who came over here that were already free. However, the stipulation of them coming over here is the fact that they had to be groomed in Christianity. They had to be like what they wanted them to be in Christianity. So I don't get none of that. But let me see if we're gonna get to this shit show. Right now he just crying.
When you look at these buildings, it's like, yo, holy cow, like how the fuck did somebody construct this shit? This is definitely amazing. Definitely amazing. So, matter of fact, you know what? Let me see something. Let me see if I can find a bill from last night. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Let me try to find it. Okay, here you go, right here. So we can get into some of this conversation. I'm gonna share my screen and we can get into it.
Million recorded white slaves. They rarely talk about it because they understand victimization psychology amongst the leadership amongst them, and they don't want to press a psychology on their people that is defeatist. All kinds of things happen in the past. Region, it doesn't matter. Then you have share that website so y'all could see it. so y'all know who to do business with when you're here. All right. So let's say you're interested in getting a genealogy report done. You would go here. These are our credentialed genealogists. These are people who have been educated, certified, trained to do lineage checks, genealogy searches, searches that might pertain to land. If there is land found from one of your ancestors and it's in some type of, issue with the courts or whatever it may be, these people are aware of what you should be doing. All right. And here we have a client contract that they fill out or you fill out, where we have automated access, which means if one genealogist can't do it, we have information going to a database so that another person can pick up very quickly. Okay. Then we go over.
Hold up. Let me pull this up. Kai Amaru tribal government. All right. Amaru tribal government. Come on, computer. You heard me saying this shit. You do anything else? All right. So here's where Ali is, right? This is shit, right? This is shit. RNA Aboriginal Law Firm. What? What is shit about the goddamn let me see where he at, what tab he on? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. All right. So he went Aboriginal University. Then he went boom, boom. Monthly due hardship. Oh, here we go. Boom. Here we go. Here we go, y'all.
Who is this, Sean?
This Ali Muhammad.
Oh, okay.
This Ali Muhammad, bro. Kai Amaru tribal government. This is his RNA genealogist. He is saying, I don't know what that means. But look who Haplogroup Genetics. Haplogroupgenetics.vp, Haplogenetics at Gmail. And then he got Kojo Kai Shabazz. This must be his alter ego. Email, website. We'll pull up this website. We'll see if this is him or not. This is nothing of the life of G. Look. Come on, man.
Like say.
Huh?
What's in the contract? Go down.
Hold on. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I got an email.
Line up.
Full legal name, client email, client, yada, yada, yada. All that. Full name of certified genealogist. All that. Yeah, he want to know all that. Look, this contract is between the parties certified geneticist and client, and is subject to the Aboriginal Republic of North America. That's what ARNA is.
That was slick. That was a slick little play on words.
Yeah.
DNA shit, but it's really Republic North America.
Yeah.
See, that's why you gotta start breaking shit down. Let's see what these agreements is. We get these terms right.
Mm-hmm. He said the contract is a private agreement between the parties. Genealogists promise to perform the services requested as described in a timely manner as expected of genealogist standards. What about the geneticists? Why they ain't on here? Refunds will be according to the agreement, always in an express manner. Yeah, man. He coming after y'all, man. He coming after y'all. Credential genealogist. Ladies and gentlemen. Credential. Self-administered reparations in real time. What? This is Kojo.
Where say that at?
The top.
I can't see it.
Oh, my bad. Hold up. It says get
There, go.
self-administered reparations in real time. Tribal jurist Kojo. We are here to help assist the ARNA has remedy. They're just making this shit up, bro.
Yup.
Look at that. Consumer protection experts, business credit building, traffic ticket violations, debt removal and debt recovery services, contract review and media review, claiming nationality and protection as indigenous person, blockchain technology. Register tax exempt tribal entities, tax exemption for life services, genealogy services, surplus funds, child support removal. What?
Oh my God. That is they can't remove that. They is not removing a court order. Like, I don't know. I don't care what. I'd like to see some case studies on this.
Bro, you know they ain't got no damn case studies.
Like, where are your clients at? Did you done remove their child support?
Man, bro.
They need to stop.
Oh man, yeah, man. Let me get back to it. I see the Green Bay trying to march niggas stuff though.
Yeah, start it off.
Here you go. Look. Look at Ali. Look at Ali. He think he cooking too.
To our jurist page. These are all of our credentialed jurists. If they're not on this list, they're not credentialed yet. So you can choose any jurist from any region. It doesn't matter. Then you have a list of the service fees that they are supposed to stay within. So if a jurist is overcharging you or not following their protocols, then we can handle them as well. But these are the credentialed jurists. If you're out here doing business with other people, we cannot be held accountable for that particular thing. All right. We also have our ARNA National Juror Society website. I'll go to the NJS website so you can become aware of that. That is our official court system. And let's go here. Share those guys' page. All right. This is the Armed Juror Society page. If you have questions for anything pertaining to a court matter as a national, you can go to this page and one of the jurists who are here will help you. Got all the contacts, everything. They have every time they have meetings, those meetings are posted. And so you can get into contact with anybody you need here to handle whatever you need to handle. All right. Contact lines, office hours, all of that is here. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So now our subject matter tonight. Oh my, we're about to have some fun. All right. And what type of fun are we going to have? We're about to talk about this. We're about to talk about the slave trade. All right. We do have a book on this.
What do you say, Sean?
Yep. He said his topic for tonight is he's about to talk about the slave trade.
Oh, the slave trade. Okay.
Ali Muhammad published a book, right? The book is about a slave trade, but he said it's not the transatlantic slave trade, it's the trans-Pacific slave trade, is what he's referring to. And he's talking about the indigenous people being brought over here. Well, he's talking about the people that got sent over here from the Pacific.
Okay.
Yes, he has college debt removal. I ain't seen nobody remove college debt yet.
I think all they doing is filing paperwork, man. That's all. They filing the paperwork. Some people may not know how to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I think they doing. Like they facilitating. They ain't actually. I don't know why that's false claiming though. Saying they removing college debt. They definitely can't do that.
Right.
Who they think they is?
Man, Ghostbusters.
Physical copies as well. And this book is discussing this particular subject. This is my first dissertation. Well, actually, my second one, but with a focus here to highlight good, credible sources on the subject matter so that you can access that information and then use it for your research. Why is this important? If you don't know the past, you do not know what is about to happen in the future. And so our people continue to make mistakes politically inside of the United States because they don't understand how we got to this particular point. And you will make better decisions if you had better awareness of the past. This has become a highly controversial subject amongst indigenous populations in the United States of America, Pan-Africanists, and now it's just become a global conversation. We have people who come on our channels from all over, from the UK, from Africa, everywhere. And we're talking about the subject and we're trying to make sense out of it. We're trying to make sense of how to properly read the slave voyages website. Were they actually white slaves or were they only indentured servants? How many Africans actually were brought here? What about all the indigenous people who were here and the slavery that pertains to them? And we have the circular conversation.
Yeah, so I forgot to add. Ali talks about the slave trade that he's referring to is the a couple of them, that Pacific trade, and then he also is referring to when the Europeans, after that war, the Europeans enslaved those Caribs and natives and shit, and then brought them to they brought that as a Europe. So yeah, he kind of all over the place.
And I say this, right? Even when it comes to, I don't believe no Africans came here because we all thought we was African.
See, look, we all what? What he's gonna say? What? We what? What? Autistic one? Say it.
We have the circular conversation.
And I say this, right? Even when it comes to, I don't believe no Africans came here because we all thought we was Africans at one point in time. So the only people I believe,
that nigga said we all thought we was African at one point in time. So what did you stop thinking that you were African no more? We all were once African at one point in time. We all thought, process that. We all thought we was African at one point in time. You the same person that said that you always been here, that you was this, that, and the third. How have you ever had the thought of the dude is a flat out liar, yo? This dude has been on shows and said that he's indigenous, that he is autochthonous, that he comes from the ground. He's always been here. The nigga wanted to debate me. He said he wanted to debate me about black people always being in the Americas, to turn around and say that we all thought we was once African. This nigga is crazy. This nigga's crazy, yo. Crazy. Listen. It don't get no crazier than that. Just straight up. He just flat out came with that bullshit.
If any people from North Africa came here, there was people who was captured, or the conquistadors who we assume are Africans, but these people are from Europe. They're not even from fucking Africa.
Yeah, they are, nigga. They got them from Africa.
And you know, my experience with slaveboy.org, right? You go, they done been changing the numbers over the last, I want to say about 7-8 years. They definitely updated and changed the numbers when it comes to like the voyages, the embarkations. No, the disembarkations, right? The embarkations is the ones that was getting on the ship. The disembarkation regions are where they dropped them off at, or where they claimed they dropped them off at, right? Even when you doing that study, you have to know the population of America to even to even apply that study. If you don't know the population of America,
what the fuck? Hold on 1 second, y'all.
you go, they done been changing the numbers over the last, I want to say about 7-8 years. They definitely updated and changed the numbers when it comes to like the voyages, the embarkations. No, the disembarkations, right? The embarkations is the ones that was getting on the ship. The disembarkation regions are where they dropped them off at, or where they claimed they dropped them off at, right? Even when you doing that study, you have to know the population of America to even to even apply that study. If you don't know the population of America, then you still are assuming, because you have to know what was the population of Aborigines in America. How many people was here? Or according to the experts, how many people do they say was here? And according to Peter Dobbins, he says that from Canada all the way down through the Caribbean and in South America, there was 112 million people. And predominantly in North America, right? The Southeast Coast had 35 million people alone. The Southeast Coast, all the way down to Florida, and from Florida all the way through Texas and the Yucatan. They saying it was a total of 50 million people here.
That's a goddamn lie. When?
So even if they tell,
how he getting? That's what I wanted to ask. Like, how he getting these astronomical numbers in this time period? What time period are we in,
bro? I'm gonna go back because he just making shit up, bro.
That's ridiculous.
He don't give us no time period. He just starts saying shit.
Regions are where they dropped them off at, or where they claimed they dropped them off at, right? Even when you doing that study, you have to know the population of America to even to even apply that study. If you don't know the population of America, then you still are assuming, because you have to know what was the population of Aborigines in America. How many people was here? Or according to the experts, how many people do they say was here? And according to Peter Dobbins, he says that from Canada all the way down through the Caribbean and in South America, there was 112 million people.
So you know who this guy is, Sean, that he talking about? The Dobbins guy? Math on that?
I'm pulling them up.
Because he gave a source shit.
Yeah, according to Peter Dobbins, it's called The Myth of a Nope, that ain't him. Peter Dobbins. Dobbins published estimating. Okay, I got it. Okay, 1491. Before it became a new world, the Western Hemisphere was vastly more populous and sophisticated than has been taught.
I say it's by somebody else.
Right. Let me go down to where this dude is mentioned, and then I'm gonna trace him backwards. I just want to try to find because this article is agreeing with us. It's talking bare and straight and all of that shit. So that I'm trying to skip. I'm trying to skip all of that because I don't want to. Damn, let me go no further. Got to sign in. All right, so let me see if I can find this dude another way. Because right here, it's saying 1.15 million inhabitants. Natives were estimated to be in the Americas by 1491. Was 1.15 million inhabitants.
Okay, there you go right there. Hold on. It says the first scholarly estimate of indigenous population was made in 1910. So we got a time period, 1910.
By James Mooney.
Mooney.
Click on it. I'm putting up. So Mooney is saying that there was 1.5 million natives here.
Hold on now. Here goes something down there. It says that changed in 1966 when Henry F. Dobbin. Is that him? He just said the wrong name. Dude don't even know the name. Because he said Charles Dobbin. It says Henry Dobbin right there. You see it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right here.
Yeah, he ain't know what the hell he was talking. He ain't. Let's see that changed. Okay, so it changed. Poked through the crumbling leather bound ledger. Hold on. In which Jesuits recorded local births and deaths. Okay, so somebody recording it, the Jesuits.
Yeah.
So up there.
And motherfuckers is here though.
Yeah, let's see. Right away, he noticed how many more deaths there were. The Spaniards arrived, and then Indians died in huge numbers at incredible rates. So let's see. Smallpox. So it really ain't telling how they. I mean, it kind of said it because the Jesuits recorded local births and deaths, but we have to look into that.
Right. So we don't have an actual real number. So
you can record the deaths, though. You can definitely record the deaths.
Damn, you damn straight.
Because the Indians died, so you can record that.
But we gotta find this 115, the 112. Hold on, let me see who he said the dude was again. I agree with you. I think he did fuck his name up.
Yeah, he just messed the name up. Cause look, that ain't even the first. Cause look, the person he talking about is later in 1966.
Right.
But the number he said was in 1910. You feel me? So he even mixing his own scholarship up.
Yep. So let's see. Let him say it again. I want him to say it again.
Because you have to know what was the population of Aborigines in America. How many people was here? Or according to the experts, how many people do they say was here? And according to Peter Dobbins, he says...
He called him Peter Dobbins. The nigga name says Henry. So let me see if I can find a Peter Dobbins.
Yeah, you ain't gonna find that. You ain't gonna find that because he mixed the name up.
Well, it's a wiki article. This says pre-Columbian population figures. So let me see if it's got something to do with this dude. But this doesn't say that. This says a whole nother person. But we'll figure it. It says pre-Columbian population figures, fragmented nature of evidence. Estimates range from 8 to 112 million. Excuse me. So who the hell coming up with this? Historian David Stainer.
Now, if they calculating deaths, that makes sense because you can calculate that. But I thought they were talking about like the living populace. But if they're calculating deaths, okay. Hey, this is a good game, man.
It is. Yeah, they're going back and forth.
Going at it.
Yeah, like you just said, they 80 causes of 80% by the end of the 17th century. So they calculating deaths.
Yeah, if they calculate deaths, that makes sense.
Yeah, they just showing how goddamn disease, man. Fucking ass up, they label it right there. Influenza, pneumonic plagues, smallpox, all of that, forced removal, all of that shit was a big deal. But we got I'm still looking for this motherfucker Peter. What's his nigga name? he called him, what the fuck he called him? Yeah, Peter Dobbins.
Ain't trying to rip that ball out.
So I still ain't saying that because then when I go over here, another site says 60 million. So it's not really this is the European colonization of the Americas killed 10% of the world. Damn. Let's say let me do this. So it says this article is written by Lewis Lord. How many people were here before Columbus? And in this article, there's a huge number. It's not the 16 million. It was saying like a really big number.
I thought it said 70 million. It looked like it said.
Oh, but hold on. I don't give a fuck how many million they say. Are the people that I just showed on the screen, right? Are the people
them real Indians right there? Go down.
Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. So what is he?
Real. Yeah, and look, you can find people that look similar to this in South America and like the Andes area. You know what I'm saying? They up in the mountains. They're a little shorter than what they used to be. You know what I'm saying? The air a little thinner up there. But yeah, these the real deal. Them don't look nothing like no African.
Hell no. And these ain't the same people.
No, they ain't. They ain't the same tribe. You can tell.
Because
different tribes. They all dress different.
Exactly. They dress different. They got different cultural variations.
Modifications.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they got different headdresses. Some of them, wrapped up. I don't know about little buddy down there though. He look white.
Which one? The $5?
One with the crown on.
Oh yeah,
Go up, over. Now down. It's the
right here.
Yeah. I don't know about him.
So the chat, yeah, so y'all can see he talking about right here. He looking for $5 shit.
He look a little suspect. He look a little Viking-ish. Yeah, he look like he got some Viking in him. Now you see, you got the Eskimo one right there next to him, though.
This nigga in the chat said these are eugenics photos.
Oh man, I don't even know what that means. What that mean?
He's a dummy. You dummy. look what it says. Photographs by Edwards S. Curtis from the North American Indian, courtesy of Christopher Cardoza, Inc.
Hey, look, this from the 1900. That's 1900. So that was early.
So here go the numbers. Nearly all scholarly estimates of the New World's 1492 population fall between the counts of two anthropologists. Alfred Kroeber's 1934 estimate of 8.4 million and Henry Dobbins'
That's
1966 estimate of 1.12 million. This Negro then sent us to a motherfucker named Peter.
His name Henry. He had their last name right though. That'll get you there.
Right.
That'll get you there.
He just
So what's the purpose of it? What's the purpose of him wondering how many people was here?
Because he's trying to say that people already been here and that they wasn't bringing that many people here from the begin with, and a whole lot of other shit. I don't know, bro. I'm gonna let him say. I'm gonna let him say.
Okay.
Let me start him over.
Because you have to know what was the population of Aborigines in America. How many people was here? Or according to the experts, how many people do they say was here? And according to Peter Dobbins, he says that from Canada all the way down through the Caribbean and in South America, there was 112 million people. And predominantly in North America, right?
I want to know why he doesn't consider the other people, why he just stuck at that number. But, you know, that's another argument.
The Southeast Coast had 35 million people alone. The Southeast Coast, all the way down to Florida, and from Florida all the way through Texas and the Yucatan. They said it was a total of 50 million people here. So even if they tell you, according to the more older reports and what they had, like if you do the vast regions, they tell you 112 million people was in.
Let me pause it real quick. I want to show something because he was sitting here trying to be specific, right? So it says here that the Indian population hit bottom early in the century when census figures reported 490,000. By Dobbins' calculation, that means that between 9.8 million and 12.2 million Indians once inhabited what's now the United States and Canada. For the hemisphere, he estimated a 1492 population of 90 to 112 million. So if we listen to A1, I mean Autistic One, he stuck at 112, but this dude estimates between 90 million to 112 million. Now, critics suspect Dobbins assumed too much. Epidemics they saw were probably not as frequent or lethal as he claimed. Dobbins, who retired without revising his count, agrees that his method is simplistic. He proposed it for lack of something better. He says, in localized study, if thorough can be more accurate. A colleague's on the scene research in Peru, for instance, convinced Dobbins that his Inca Empire estimate of 30 million to 37 million Indians was perhaps 20 million too high. But in the 31 years since current anthropology article, Dobbins has measured other regional populations with tools that other scholars use, warrior counts, food availability, and the like, and fairly consistently found that his 1966 assumptions were too low. He now believes that Florida in 1492 had perhaps 700,000 Indians. What did this nigga say about Florida? I just like to put things into perspective. You know what I mean? When you let the people that you're claiming said something say shit, so you gotta let them talk.
It was a total of 50 million people here.
Go back. Who was 50 million people where?
Million people. And predominantly in North America, right? The Southeast Coast had 35 million people alone. The Southeast.
35 million, Florida.
Right. And then he comes back and he says, in 1492, perhaps 700,000 Indians, several times what he concluded in 1966. His article estimated that the Caribbean's 1492 population at 500,000. He now agrees with other scholars that it was like 5 million or more. How close will scholars ever come to real numbers? A recent effort by a geographer, William Denovan, to reconcile the many conflicting estimates by using the best findings, various scholars concludes that 54 million people inhabited the Americas in 1492, including 3.8 million above Rio Grande. But how meaningful such numbers are is a question. With decades of what the hell he did? What did he do? Had a pick six?
Yep.
And oh, they called it a fumble. All right. If it had to pick a most answerable question in the world with the heavens of the dead, boy, that just messed me up.
All right. Go down, because no, Sean, you was getting ready to say what I was just about to say, because his estimates was over 50% more than what he actually thought it was, and it said that it was right there. Go up.
No, it's the next page.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, because he was getting ready to close it out. All right, go down.
Yeah, right here. 54 million people inhabited the Americas in 1492 and 3.8 million in Rio Grande. But how meaningful are the numbers of the question? This decade, be careful. Research historians Woodrow Burrow once predicted scholars eventually may have produced an estimate with a margin of error of 30 to 50%. If I had to pick the most unanswerable question in the world to get into heaven, that would be a good choice, says David Hennick, a historian at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the author of the forthcoming book, The Numbers from Nowhere.
Damn. Numbers from nowhere. These niggas just made them up.
Yeah. It is absolutely impossible to answer. Yet, people have written tens of thousands of pages on it. Even if the absolute total is forever unknowable, there are other numbers that tell a haunting tale. In the 1960s, Berkeley geographer Carl Saucer cited evidence of a 1496 census that Columbus' brother Bartholomew ordered for tax purposes on Hispaniola, now Haiti and the Dominican Republic. The Spanish counted 1.1 million Indians. Since that sum covered any Hispaniola Spanish-controlled half and excluded children, Saucer concluded that 3 million Indians once inhabited the island, but a generation after 1492, a Spanish resident reported Hispaniola's Indian population shrunk 11,000. The island collapse was only a preview. By 1650. Records suggest that only 6 million Indians remained in all of North America, South America, and the Caribbean. Subtract 6 million from even a conservative estimate of 1492 populations like the Denovan's consensus count of 54 million, and one dreadful conclusion is inescapable. The 150 years after Columbus' arrival brought a toll of human life in the hemisphere comparable to all the world's losses in World War II. The end. So yeah, I might need to get that Numbers from Nowhere. Just for the title. It's funny. But I would agree. I would say about 8 to 12 million. I don't know. Then you got to go count for deaths. You know, who knows? That's an unknowing number because of what happened. But yeah, so we heard that Dobbs, even out of his own, this dude done fumbled again, bro. The Dobbs himself, though, said that he was a little bit pseudo on his numbers. Dobbins. So I don't know what A1 talking about. He must ain't read this shit.
All the way down to Florida, from Florida all the way through Texas and the Yucatan. They saying it was a total of 50 million people here. So even if they tell you, according to the more older reports and what they had, like if you do the vast regions, they tell you 112 million people was embarked, 10 million people was disembarked, right? Then they show you the different areas of where they was disembarked at, right? They're going to show you the Caribbean. They're going to show you Central America. They're going to show you North America. When it comes to North America, they say it was 200,062 people disembarked between the mainlands of North America, right? Now, the problem is with that is when we see the first slaves being bought in 1619, these people wasn't even fucking slaves. These people was fucking some type of apprentices or something. And they had family members on this landmass. That's why they was rewarded so heavily.
That's bullshit, because the first people that were brought here in 1619 were motherfuckers from goddamn the Congo. So he making that up. And I still ain't found this shit that he talking about Dobbins. I think I'm almost close though. Cause somebody put on here goddamn 142 Henry Dobbins. Listen, it says pre-Columbian population. Let me show it. Range from 8 million to Henry Dobbins' high count of 142 million. So there's a group of people who believe the number is closer to somewhere near 8 million. But Henry Dobbins is known for providing a very high count. And this is the only other reference to that.
He like to put some extras on it, huh?
Yeah. He got some baking soda for real. Shit. He got some goddamn soda ball for real, man. Yeah. Lee, like he tossed it up because he is responsible for the high number. So Autistic One is correct in using him for his high count. Now, is that number accurate? That's where you have
run into some problems.
Yeah, because you can't confirm. You can't confirm that. So let's see. Go ahead, A1. Educators.
That's why Anthony Johnson got a 250-acre plantation.
Why he got no 250? Anthony Johnson wasn't even one of the first motherfuckers here, bro. Why you keep on making up shit? Why you make, bro? Quit fucking history up, yo. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Made Anthony Johnson more special than any of the other people that was on that fucking boat, the other 19 slaves. But wait a minute, we forgetting about the 1618 story where it was 300,000 Slavics brought to Virginia.
Boom.
And these people,
there you go, not a coincidence. He said it right there. The 1 hour and 29-minute mark. He said that 300,000 people. Now, because I know he's trying to get a debate lined up, I'm not even finna deal with this. I'm not. Let me just say that he don't want no smoke on that claim of 300,000 fucking Slavics that he people that he's calling Slavic or quote unquote slaves. He don't want no smoke. So, Anthony Johnson. He was born in Angola. Anthony Johnson, 1600-1607, was an Angolan-born man who received wealth in the early 17th century colony of Virginia. Held as an indentured servant in 1621, he earned his freedom after several years and was granted land by the colony. He later became a tobacco farmer in Maryland. He attained great wealth after completing his term as an indentured servant and has been referred to as a Black patriarch of the first community of Negro property owners in America. He was captured in the 1620s. Listen, in the early 1620s, Portuguese slave traders captured a man who would later be known as Anthony Johnson. I didn't mean to go to that. The Portuguese named him Antonio, sold him in the Atlantic slave trade. Antonio was bought by a colonist in Virginia as an indentured servant. Antonio worked for a merchant in Virginia company. He also received into the Roman Catholic Church. He sailed to Virginia in 1621 aboard the James. He wasn't a part of, and I repeat, and I keep telling people, that he is not a part of the first people to enter the colony of Virginia. He comes that second trip. He's not a part of the original 29. He is a part of the extra 3. The Virginia muster census of 1642 lists his name, Antonio, not given, recorded as a Negro in the notes column. Historians have some dispute as to whether this was the same Antonio later known as Anthony Johnson. As the census lists several men named Antonio, this one is considered most likely. Johnson was sold as an indentured servant to a white planter named Bennett to work on Virginia's tobacco. Slave laws were not passed until 1661 in Virginia. Prior to that date, Africans were not officially considered slaves. So when people say the indentured servitude name, they were not officially listed as slaves. Such workers typically under limited indenture contract for 4 to 7 years to pay off their passage, room, board, lodging, and freedom dues. In the early colonial years, most Africans in the 13 colonies were held under such contracts of limited indentured servitude, with the exception of those indentured for life. They were released after a contracted period. Those who managed to survive their period of indenture will receive land and equipment, and after their contracts expired, were bought out. Most white laborers in this period also came to the colony as indentured servants. No, he said they came as slaves. Antonio almost died in an Indian massacre of 1622 when Bennett's plantation was attacked. The part-time, who were the indigenous dominated at the time in the Tidewater region of Virginia, were attempting to evict the colonists. They raided the settlement where Johnson worked on Good Friday and killed 52 of the 57 men present. 1623, a black woman named Mary, here y'all go, arrived on the board ship Margaret. She was brought to work on the same plantation. Y'all know what the story is about to say. Where she was the only woman present. Antonio and Mary married and lived together for more than 40 years. This is how you get the first, not really the first black one, what they call them the first black child. They had the, you know what I'm saying? You get all of that, but we can go to the primary. I can pull up the 1619 document. Hold on 1 second. Me knows how to get to that. Yeah. Know how to get to that. Yo, what's up with all these text messages? All right, hold on a second. All right, y'all see this, right? This ain't nothing that I ain't never had on the screen before. It's in other videos. So there go Anthony, Isabella, William, and John Pedro. It's on page 13. They're gonna tell us about the baby being born in the whole 9 yards. All of that. We should be beyond the Juan Batista and how they get hijacked. You remember what I told y'all? 32 Africans, 1620. Come on, man. The 20 and odd Negro story. We ain't got to keep on beating that in. What page on? 12. All right, so 13. They call Shorty Mary. What they call it in the wiki article? Mary. Let's see if she show up. I'm gonna come back to this. Anthony, Isabella, William, and John. Let me come back to. I need to go back some. All right, so that ain't her damn name. So I'm trying to figure out how her name become married. How the lady name become married? I'm gonna look that up. All right, so here we go. Very few documents survive to tell us about the individual lives of early Africans in Virginia. Most of what we know are some of their names, locations where they live, the demographic information recorded, 3 consensus lists, 16, 20, 24, 25. Hold on one second. I need to pull this source up where they list this chick named Mary. It's coming out of a book, Up from Slavery, An Unfinished Journey, The Legacy of Dunbar High School. I'm looking at this source real quick. It says in 1622, Mary, a Negro woman, arrived aboard the Margaret and John, and like Antonio, she was brought to work on Bennett's plantation. At some point, Anthony and Mary were married. 1653, Northampton court document lists Mary and Anthony's wife as Anthony's wife. So I'll confirm that here in just a second. The 20 and R brought as a privateer, 29 to 30. Additional 2 to 3 arrived a few days later off the treasurer, 1620. Census was 32 Africans. It was 17 women and 15 men, not 44 women, as Dane Calloway projected, living in Virginia. So there go some of your numbers right there, just to bring you up to speed. Now, the 1624 census gives us names of 12 of 21 Africans. The 1625 muster of the inhabitants recorded the names of only 8 of the 23 Africans listed. These were 23, including 11 men, 10 women, 2 children, 1 male born to African mothers. 1625 musters recorded its ages of the colonists. Here we go. The year arrival of the Virginia ships brought with them 3 Africans. So you have Anthony, Mary, and John Pedro. There go the name. Are listed on English ships after 1619. John Pedro, 30 years old, 1625. He was the only African who was recorded. Most of the Africans, 1629, yada, yada, yada. Colonies, yada, yada, yada. Move on and go there respectively. In 1624, Anthony and Isabella were located in Elizabeth City along with Captain William Tucker. This is where you get the baby coming out because it's Anthony the Negro, Isabella the Negro. This is where the confusion comes in at for me, because the lady was, they saying this lady name was goddamn Mary. So let me find out who this was 1635 though. So I might, yeah, I'm ahead of 1635. I'm in 1620s. So let me go down. So here we go. So Anthony, Isabella, and William disappeared from the historical record after 1625, so details of their lives and experiences remain unknown. In 1633, Captain William Tucker acquired 100 acres of land in Elizabeth City on the Back River. And in 1635, he patented another 200 acres on the south side of the river. Anthony and Isabella and William may have moved from Tucker's original 150 acres. William, that's the son, they saying the first one. The modern day Newport News. Anthony, Isabella, and William became or were free and took the last name Tucker. So this is how you get them in the area. So where the fuck is this Mary chick? She gotta be in here, yo. She was mentioned already. All right, so we know more about Anthony and Mary than about any other early Africans in Virginia because their experiences were remarkable. They were freed by 1645, and as Anthony and Mary Johnson, they became comparatively prosperous landowners of Virginia's eastern shore. Since Anthony and Mary arrived in Virginia on ships sailing from England, historians can only speculate about the location of their original home and how and when they were enslaved. However, like the ordeal of San Juan Batista, Africans Anthony and Mary were probably taken through the Portuguese port of Luanda. Though they were successful in integrating themselves in the Eastern Shore's unusually tolerant white planter societies, they may have also maintained a West Central African identity. Their grandson was later associated with land in Maryland named Angola. I gotta get this married, bro. Some stuff going on here that's bothering my brain. But anyway, so this story is significant because it tells how what's your boy name? Anthony. The significance of Anthony, more so than it is the significance of Mary. We're moving on.
People wasn't brought there by other Slavics. So
that's a lie. I just showed on the screen that people were brought there by Europeans, or who he's calling Slavics. So I'm gonna go back a little bit in case y'all forgot what he's saying. I mean, I'm following him, but I know I took us down the road. So
that's why they was rewarded so heavily. That's why Anthony Johnson got a 250-acre plantation.
Come on, bro.
What made Anthony Johnson more special than any of the other people that was on that fucking boat, the other 19 slaves? But wait a minute, we forgetting about the 1618 story.
What made him special? That they gave him 250 acres. On July 24, 1651, he acquired 250 acres of land under the head right system by buying the contracts of 5 indentured servants, one of whom was his son, Richard Johnson. The head right system worked in such a way that if a man were to bring indentured servants over to the colonies, in this particular case, Johnson brought 5 servants, he was owed 50 acres a head a servant. What was so special about Johnson and how he acquired, not given, but acquired 250 acres is because he understood the Head Right Act. What's the Head Right Act? The Head Right Act refers to a legal grant of land given to settlers during the period of European colonization in the Americas. A head right includes both the grant of land and the owner, the head that claims the land. The person who has a right to the land is the one who paid to transport people to a colony. Head rights are most notable for their role in expansion of the 13 colonies. Virginia Company gave head rights to settlers, and the Plymouth Company followed suit. The head rights system was used in several colonies, including Maryland, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Most head rights were for 1 to 1,000 acres of land and were granted to those who were willing to cross the Atlantic and help populate the colonies. Head rights were granted to anyone who would pay for the transportation cost of indentured laborer. Are y'all now starting to see how Anthony Johnson becomes, quote unquote, a said slave owner? Under the pretenses of the Head Right Act, he can get more land. Someone else just insinuated that he, right, that he is on something totally different. They just gave it to him. He was special. What was so special about Anthony? What was so special is his ability to understand that there was a Head Right Act and he could acquire more land if he just purchased contracts of 5 people. Anthony Johnson provides one example of the position of African Americans held in the 1600s. Information indicating how Johnson became free seems to have been lost, but sometime after 1635, he and his wife Mary acquired the surname Johnson. By the 1640s, the couple had purchased land and livestock on the eastern shore of Virginia. In July 1651, Johnson claimed 250 acres in Puntatee Creek as land due him for 5 head rights. A head right equaled 50 acres of land and was given to anyone who paid for the indentured servants' passage to America. This event indicates that at this time, Black indentured servants who became free could purchase servants of any race to work their land. However, as the population of imported Africans increased and the number of imported English indentured servants decreased, this privilege was denied to Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes. When a fire destroyed much of Johnson's property in 1653, he petitioned the court to relieve his wife of 2 daughters from paying taxes. According to the Virginia law, all males 16 years and older, all blacks, male and female, 16 years or older were taxable. This provision makes clear the fact that at the time, the law made a distinction between white and Black women, as it exempted white women from taxes. This decision to exempt the Johnson women from taxes shows that in the specific instance, in Northampton County, Mary and her daughter shared equal status with white women. Johnson also successfully sued 2 white planters, Robert Parker and his brother John, in a dispute about John Castor, a Black indentured servant. When both Johnson and the Parker claimed Castor as a servant, the court decided in favor of Johnson. However, as conditions of African Americans in Virginia became more rigid after 1650, Johnson and his family sold their land and moved to Somerset, Maryland. Another individual who influenced Black and white interactions in the colonial Virginia was Mary Aggie, the first African American and first woman to claim benefit of clergy in Virginia. She's another story. We can get to her later. But now you have a general idea of how Mr. Johnson got his 250 acres that this motherfucker said, why was he so lucky to get the land?
With the Virginia. And these people wasn't bought there by other Slavics. So a lot of people need to fact check a lot of these stories that's being spread amongst our people.
Well, we just simply did a quick fact check. We pulled up some source documents that we could use to actually qualify Anthony Johnson, why he got the 250 acres of land, what he did to acquire those lands, and what rights did he use to get them. So we got the head rights. We got every documentation to justify why Anthony Johnson got 250 acres of land. And you couldn't do that on a live stream that you're sharing? And now you're trying to say that somehow, some kind of way, that the shit's fabricated and fucked up? I'm gonna let it play for a second. I gotta pay my water bill.
The Europeans bought 300,000 Slavics here. They bought them here and they just set up shop. And what was we doing? We was working for them. What the fuck was we doing while these people was coming here setting up shop? They lying. We wasn't running around here with no motherfucking deer skin over. That's some thousands, fucking tens of thousand years ago type shit. That ain't no recent shit. They tell you the story. They show you these images of people. Anthony Johnson, who was supposed to be a fucking slave, right? We know white people wasn't running these plantations. And if Anthony Johnson came on any of these plantations, it was niggas running it, right? The Powhatans was running around in fucking suits and ties in the 16 to 1500s, bro. They weren't running around here with no war bonnets or running around here with no motherfucking deer skin around their nuts or whatever you want to say, whatever appropriate fashion we had. We was running around here with suits on. Women had dresses on. They wasn't running around here with no motherfucking feathers and shit covering their ass. That's all some primitive shit, and that's all from the view and the historical narrative that when they got here, people was primitive. They didn't get here and do nothing. They got here and worked on these plantations, nigga. While your grandmother was being fanned, somebody was fanning your grandmother. Your grandmother ain't even had to lift her arm up to fan herself, nigga. But because they show us these images and these drawings, we assume this is how our people was living. We weren't running around here, no fuck, man. We had guns, cannons, swords. And in some cases, if we need to pull out the bow and arrow, we had that too. But that's some ancient shit. See, these people whole premise is when they got to America, the Indians did not know what to do with the land. Therefore, they took the land over. If that story is not true, then they are fucking, I don't even want to get all into it. You already know. But from their own reports and studies, they tell you the people in the Southeast was technological, more civilized than the whole rest of the world. And the only place they compare to what they found in North America is over there in North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula. That's the only places where they compare what they found over here to over there. And even a vast number of pyramids and all the other structures, that's some other shit right there. We talking about the more recent finds. We talking about our people living in brownstones, nigga. In the 1600s, nigga. Brownstones, nigga. Them brownstones in Brooklyn wasn't made. Them shits are ancient, bro. Indigo, what's the word, bro? Peace of God. Think you on mute, bro. You gotta unmute yourself. All right, to the brother, get it together. Like I was saying, okay. Ain't no white people pull up here, take over your land. The white people took your land from the interior. They took their land after they got free in 1865. After they got free in 1865, then they started to form these militia groups, and these militia groups would run into your town, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And Cypher U, they got, you already know, bro. They got brownstones in Chicago. They got brownstones in Philadelphia. They got brownstones in Maryland, fucking Virginia, fucking they got brownstones in a lot of these fucking cities, man. And they all are constructed and all has the original architecture of what our people was doing. That's why they still standing. You don't never see none of them shits falling in New York or any.
Mm-mm.
All right, to the brother, get it together. That's some other shit right there. We talking about the more recent funds. We talking about our people living in brownstones, nigga. In the 1600s, nigga.
Let's walk him down. What are brownstones? I'm gonna show y'all this. Brownstone is a brown Triassic Jurassic sandstone that was historically a popular building material. The term is also used in the United States and Canada to refer to a townhouse clad in this or other aesthetically similar material. Apostle Island brownstone, 19th century. Bayswood Islands in Wisconsin Island, Lake Superior, is one of the Apostle Islands and part of the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore. Wisconsin was a site to quarry. Okay. Let's see if we can find like the oldest brownstone. Let me see. I'm gonna do this live. Do y'all seriously think that they were using brownstone to build houses in the 1600s? I showed y'all earlier, yesterday, what shit looked like when the Europeans arrived. They were not building fucking houses and shit. That was not here. We would easily already have the evidence for it. Look, all right, I'm gonna give it to you real. I'm gonna bring it back up. I want you to read it for yourself. I want you to read it for yourself. Brownstone is a common name of a variety of brown, red, and pink sandstone widely used as building material from the mid 1800s until the early 1900s. In fact, it was so common that the word became synonymous with row house. So in the 1600s, peep game, brownstone is found in buildings as early as the 1600s, but it is truly emerged as a dominant American building material in the mid 1800s. So let's go find it. Y'all let me know when y'all see a 1600 building. Remember, they were supposed to have been building these real nice buildings before the European even got here. And we have yet Let's do this. Let's find an archaeological site. Gangsters make the world go. I knew y'all didn't want me to do this. Not a coincidence. I know they didn't want me to do this. You know where we going, right? You know where we going, right? This how they buildings look, y'all. They don't look like shit that they were showing. This is 850 AD. That's in New Mexico. The Chaco Culture National Historic Park in New Mexico. Same shit. That's how the shit was looking. That ain't high civilization. Y'all remember me showing y'all this? In Colorado? Where they say they were just living some type of way. Nigga, that's how they was living. That's how they was living right here. Come on, man. I showed y'all this part. Y'all know this dude that they like to use all the time talking about this real big situation. Stay right here. My bad. Y'all can't see what I see. I know it. I'm trying to pull it up. There you go. Right there. This what you talking about? This how you was living? This don't look like those buildings that you kept on trying to brag not a coincidence about. This how you living. That's how you living, bro. This how they was building homes. You over there talking that yank yank. Talking about y'all had these nice little buildings. No, y'all did not. You claiming to be the people. The people don't even that you trying to steal the shit from. They don't even claim that shit you talking about. That little painting you showed, Montezuma. Yeah, there you go. There go Montezuma. You thought we weren't gonna get there? Montezuma was living in them. Yeah. There you go. That's where Montezuma was living. In the rocks, nigga. Look, we ain't got a front. They got water right there. They can fish. They can eat. They protect it. They can defend. That's Montezuma. Y'all be claiming Montezuma. That's his castle. Y'all ain't living like that. Where's these beautiful brick buildings that you talking about in this video, bro? Where they at?
Technological, more civilized than the whole.
What? Say that word again.
Did not know what to do with the land. Therefore, they took the land over. If that story is not true, then they are fucking. I don't even want to get all into it. You already know. But from their own reports and studies, they tell you the people in the Southeast was technological, more civilized than the.
What? Say that word again.
Shut up, my stomach hurts. Stop.
Yo, I'm tripping, yo.
Technological, more. Technological, more civilized than the whole rest of the world. And the only place they compare to what they found in North America is over there in North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula. That's the only places where they compare what they found over here to over there. And even a vast number of pyramids and all the other structures. That's some other shit right there. We talking about the more recent finds. We talking about our people living in brownstones, nigga.
Yeah. Your niggas, niggas living in brownstone, nigga. Yeah, they living in brownstone, nigga. Let's go back to Montezuma. Living in brownstone, nigga. Yeah, he was bragging about this shit. He was bragging about this shit. This was he was bragging about. Brownstone, nigga. Montezuma. Brownstone. Come on, man. Look at the people. They don't look nothing like, you know what I mean? Montezuma, though. Montezuma. They don't never want to talk about that. Why you ain't talking about Montezuma, bro? How he really was living, bro? Why you really ain't talking about Montezuma, bro? The right way. Yeah. That's the Montezuma well. There go that brownstone you was talking about. That you claim. Yep, they got video on that nigga shit. The Abo lies up, bro. It's up. Go ahead, man. Tell us about the technological, whatever the hell you was selling us. My bad, y'all. I thought I was playing the video. Here we go. I had to get past the brownstone.
Think you're on mute, bro. You gotta unmute yourself. Origin civilization, nigga. You don't activate you, and you think it's these people coming from over there. I'm gonna play some more of the video though, but like I said, man, my brother AP would definitely destroy Jabari. And like I said, I would debate Jabari. I would debate that.
You want to debate any
or any of this shit. You want to debate on the origin of civilization, nigga? You don't like. I would debate just to fucking make a fucking spectacle of him. To make a spectacle of him, because you can't. A lot of our people, when you start really reciting a lot of this information, it start to resonate in them. And they start to see the difference from somebody who's trying to keep them in a spell and somebody who's trying to liberate them and trying to free them.
So you trying to liberate and free people by lying? That's what we doing? You can't even say technological. Who the hell are you liberating? You're illiberating. You're not liberating no goddamn body, bro. You fucking up. Y'all talk about Montezuma so much, but never want to show them things, man. Show how he was really living, bro. That's hot science for that time, yo. Why y'all afraid of those ruins? You talking about debating Jabari and all this other shit, man. That's irrelevant, bro. That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You just talking out the side of your neck, nigga. Talk about this brownstone that you were just bragging about. Brag about this. This don't even look better than the Dogon shit. But it's nice for that time period. It is. It's nice for the time period. But you can't minimize the accomplishments of other people. And you try to play this shit like y'all was going down the street with these fucking y'all were building these big ass buildings with all this extra shit. And that wasn't the case. No. If Montezuma's your man's, this is how Montezuma was living. Right here. That's how he was living, yo. Outdoors. He ain't had no water and shit. He had that little lake down there.
Like we said, we just trying to be free, bro. We did all this debating shit. This is just some extracurriculum activity, nigga. This is not the basis of any of this shit. We just doing this just for the hell of it. We doing this to captivate some of the individuals who may be Pan-Africans and who gonna wake the fuck up one day and say, you know what? These niggas been lying to us. Jabari's a fucking clown. He's a fucking clown. Talking about niggas trying to get free, and here it is, you from fucking Barbados, nigga, and you snooping yo immigrant tether ass in our fucking business. And this is the fucking problem that we got. We don't go to Barbados or go to no other place telling people where they from. We don't do that. But for some reason, it's so imperative of them to keep us in this same West African slave plantation, emancipation proclamation mind.
What? Say it again.
We don't do that. But for some reason, it's so imperative of them to keep us in this same West African slave plantation, emancipation proclamation.
Bro, you can't even talk. Next up on Reading Rainbow, This nigga's next up on Reading Rainbow, yo. It's gotta be. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be him. I'm doing Reading Rainbow and I'm clipping this shit. This Negro is delusional. Listen, I'm sorry that y'all in the chat having to deal with that dude, man. I just been letting him talk. Hold on, let me solve it, because he's distracting the hell out of y'all. All right. Problem solved. Back to our regular scheduled program.
Mind state, brother. When we see it's too many free black people here, brother, why wasn't white supremacy running down on them, killing them, and why did white supremacy ever let them even own a plantation? Why? I thought what we seen in Jim Crow is what these people was doing from 1619, and then even after because listen, think of it like this, right? They saying the only reason why you see what's going on in Jim Crow is because Lincoln freed the slaves. No, Lincoln freed them people. They're slaves.
What? What? You want Jabari to debate a motherfucker that just said Lincoln freed them? They were slaves. This is the second denotation that white people were enslaved in the Americas. He said it first. He said that they were Slavs. They were Slavic. They were slaves. He said that. His words, not mine.
Our people were never no fucking slaves.
Told you. But his people was never no fucking slaves. So if your people was never no slaves, how did Smoke Signal grandmother get purchased by Lucy Hawkins? Why did Lucy Hawkins purchase Smoke Signal's grandmother? And on the other side of his family, the fucking white man purchased another one of his relatives, his grandfather, on the other side of his family tree. So on both sides of Smoke Signal's family tree and his genealogy is a white man, a slave owner, and an Indian slave owner on both sides of Smoke Signal's family tree. But you're telling me, and he claimed to be the biggest Abo, and you're telling me that y'all were never enslaved. So how the fuck, if you were never enslaved, how did you lose? How did you lose, bro? How did you get pencil whipped? How did you lose? It's a dude in the chat talking about the brownstone shit that was like in Brooklyn. Nothing like it. I lived in brownstone in BK. Nothing like it. Everywhere on the planet. The basements had lower levels that were sealed off. These niggas, they just making up shit. Yo, the pseudo is real. Absolutely is he's in this chat. He'll type forever, but he'll never hit a link.
But there's still people who buy into that.
This nigga got the hip hop belongs to the American Aboriginals. Black Alchemy says, sometimes you just can't help these people. This shit's ridiculous.
And like I said, a lot of this shit we talk about over here is proficient, man. We done took it next level when it comes to this information.
Proficient? Nigga, you proficient? You can't, man, listen, bro. You done fucked up several words today to claim to be a reader. You know, the more you read, the better your vocabulary becomes. Hmm?
Information. We got all types of brothers and sisters who do all types of research. You know what I'm saying? Who do all types of research. And we already know Slouch was the people who was free. And Ali Muhammad gonna say it.
What he gonna say?
You know, and like I said, I definitely told him, like, yo, we got to get together, brother, because there's we have a lot of different perceptions or perspectives over here, right? And we would like to at least be able to verbalize them, so that therefore, if anybody who do resonate with it, this may be some, something that you can attach to your history as well. So I'm gonna play a little bit. I'm gonna play some more of the video, but peace to guys, peace to guys. So I'm gonna drop the link again as well.
Conversation that's going on. And so what we're here to say today is, yes, there were Africans who were enslaved. Yes, there were ancestors on this side of the continent that were enslaved. Yes, there were white slaves that weren't indentured service, they were slaves. And if you don't know this history,
where is the evidence of white people being slaves, not indentured servants, but slaves in America? We have been looking for this information for 3 of y'all fucking debates, 6 months of y'all goddamn arguments, and show after show after show after show after show. What are white people that came to America as slaves? And how the fuck was y'all already here, nigga? We want that evidence.
history, you need to know it. Now, a part of the issue is, from my standpoint, that I want to project to the populace is,
project.
Our people need to get out of victimization stage.
Who the fuck is in the victim stage?
Victimization and entitlement lead to defeat every time. It's a circle. Victimization, entitlement, defeat. Victimization, entitlement, defeat. And so that victimization is so profound.
Pause. So not a coincidence. I don't know why you do this to yourself, but look who in the chat. A dude with a West African name talking about speak truth always, help to revive our ancestors' reputation by imitating their commitment to truth. Teach your children to do the same. Speak truth always. Pan-Aboriginals worldwide. This is what you deal with, bro. This is why you have to go outside and hit your blunt, smoke your weed. That's what you're dealing with. Pan-pseudos.
Found that it has become a self-inflicted social engineering engine. You will never hear the preponderance of white people talking about their historical slavery on this land, in the Caribbean, or in Africa, where they had over 1.5 million recorded white slaves.
There's no 1.5 million recorded white slaves nowhere on the face of this place. Your favorite, look at this troll. Look at this troll, bro. Yo. Come on, man. Open your microphone. Everybody know who you is, bro. We know it ain't Dane. We know it ain't. We all know who it is, bro. Come on. Talk to us, Cass. Open your microphone. Come on, man. Talk to us. Enlighten us, brother. Come on, man. Open your microphone, bro. If it ain't Cass, it's gotta be Absolutely. Where you at, Absolutely? You still just typing in the chat. These people can't read your comments. What's up? Pull the plug on the internet, dog. That's Wale. Ah, pseudo ass Wale. Pull the plug on the internet, dog. This nigga over there laughing so hard he can't even unmute himself because it gives him away.
They rarely talk about it because they understand victimization psychology amongst the leadership amongst them, and they don't want to press a psychology on their people that is defeatist. All kinds of things happen in the past. Things have happened in your personal past as a personal human being. You might have had a bad relationship. Are you going to take that bad relationship and amplify it and make it the lens by which you enter relationships? No, you're not. That's not intelligent. And so we need to be intelligent about this so that we can approach this in the right way. This is just me sharing my opinions. You get a chance to share your opinions as well.
All right, so real quick for the listening audience, this is not Dan Calloway. He wouldn't be muted this long. And he damn sure wouldn't put your favorite teacher or CEO of Killing, whatever he said. This is the dude in the chat that can't comment. Dane would never come on the Mossy Warrior Clan YouTube channel. That is correct. That's too far out his jurisdiction. He don't even pull up on out of coincidence. That just happened to be a circumstance to where he had to just come pull up on because of them videos. And then he claims people was telling him. Does he watch the shows? Probably. But it requires too much evidence over here that he can't use his little microphone tricks on people. That shit don't work over here. I'm not saying it don't work on Not a C channel. That's why he only got like 5 minutes. He got to get up out of there when it gets too heated. But no, this is not Dane.
Damn, this whole time you ain't even speak your African language yet, huh?
Woo! It's Dane Calloway, y'all. Give it up.
Marcy language. You ain't gonna speak your Marcy language?
ETM Hotel.
Marcy language. Coming from Ghana.
Alafia.
But Ghana. Ghana. The Marcy language is Mori language. You don't speak Mori language. You speak in English.
Boy.
You speak in English.
We got him. Yo,
so you posted up a picture saying that
why you here?
Me and Top Cat having a debate against each other?
Nah, we promoting it. That's what we promoting in 2024.
So you're a promoter now.
No, that's what we promoting. You and Top Cats debate y'all differences.
So you're not gonna be selling your pit bulls no more. You're just gonna be going straight to.
I don't sell pit bulls.
Oh, so you don't, Sean Phillips? Come on, bro.
I don't sell pit bulls.
I just got your little IP address real quick. You still out there in Nashville, Tennessee?
I don't sell pit bulls.
Stop lying.
Correct yourself. I don't
stop lying. You know I got pictures.
I don't sell.
I got everything I need. That's why I just sat right there and let you talk so I could grab your IP.
Bulls.
You still in Nashville, Tennessee, right?
Sell pit
Sean Phillips.
bulls. Correct yourself.
All right, hold on. Kevin Owens Sr., your father, he died in 1989.
Share your screen.
Is Jock?
Share your screen.
They call him Jock, right?
Share your screen.
Kelvin Owens, that's not your father?
Share your screen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's my father.
Oh, man.
Not it. That's absolutely my motherfucking father.
Okay, Sean Phillips, then stop playing.
Yeah, ain't nobody playing. You said I sold.
Why y'all always be hiding, bruh?
Hiding? I don't hide.
Why y'all always be hiding? I can't get your IP real quick.
I don't have.
Why you try to hide your IP like you ain't in Nashville?
What are you talking about? I'm not.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You know where I'm at right now.
46 years old and you ain't working.
46.
46.
Who the fuck is 46?
Bro, when the last time you had a job?
46, nigga.
When the last time you had a job?
Who's not working?
When the last time you had a job?
Damn, you need to get updated information, brother.
Listen.
Who said I
listen? This is so funny, bro. You go live about us 9 hours ago. Here you are back again. You ain't got no job.
Who ain't?
What you gonna say? You off for Thanksgiving?
Who ain't? Who ain't? Hey, this
broke niggas, man.
This what's funny.
Y'all fan Africans be broke.
Hey, so this what's funny. Is that you said I don't have no job, but I was just on a show with your people on the Abo channel talking to them while I was working. Oh, don't leave, nigga. Don't leave, nigga. Don't run, nigga. You want to talk about somebody that ain't got a job, nigga? I work. I've been off since Tuesday. I go to work tomorrow. I work. I don't sit on YouTube every day, but when I'm off, I take pleasure in sitting here and bashing you lying motherfuckers. He ran, yo. He ran. He dipped. He thought he would come on here and say, you Sean Phillips, right? Like I'm gonna deny that, nigga. Like I don't give a fuck if you say my whole name, nigga. I don't hide. I don't hide who I am. Everybody know who I'm fucking am. I got books. I'm on Facebook. Everybody sees my name on Facebook. You said I sold bulldogs, nigga. Pit bulls is what you said, nigga. I don't sell fucking pit bulls, nigga. I sell exotic Frenchies, nigga. The kind that cost almost 100,000. That's what I sell. And I have a job, nigga. And I got investments, nigga. Come on, yo. Yeah, you ain't want to talk about my houses and none of that. You couldn't get that far, right? You couldn't pull that up, right? You came on here to talk about, you was having a debate, nigga. We finally got this pussy ass nigga to pull up, and that's what he come with. Out of all the information that he's been tagged to and shown, he comes up here to say, my name is Sean Phillips. You sell pit bulls. Your dad's name is Kelvin Owens. He didn't mention my mama. Your dad's name is Kelvin Owens. You from Nashville, Tennessee. I don't hide from nobody. Come on, guy. You did the same shit. That's not a coincidence, man. You did the same shit. That's not a coincidence. You came on a panel, bro, and hid. What you run for? Oh, because you found something out. Then you said I was 46. Nigga, I ain't even 46. How the fuck am I 46, nigga? When did I become 46 so quick? Nigga got a nigga birthday all wrong and all kind of shit. Yeah, people have traced his ancestry. People know where he at. He in Virginia. We know where he at in Virginia. Yeah, well, if his followers want to share clips, they can share clips. Look at Arafat. Can't go in, Arafat. But the truth of the matter is this. I ain't never hid nothing. Everybody know that I sell exotic Frenchies and bullies, and they ain't cheap. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that I also have a job. Everybody knows that. They don't know where I work, but they know I have a job because they heard me on a live stream working while I was talking to the abos. He mentioned my father who died in 1989. That's absolutely correct. You can see this on my Facebook page. He ain't found nothing out. Listen, he ain't found nothing out. The nigga was on my Facebook page. The nigga was not on my went on no IP address or none of that bullshit. Talking about why your IP private. I'm finna tell y'all something. If he had my IP, he wouldn't have said, you're in Nashville. I'm not in Nashville. The computer that I'm on right now, and the internet that I'm using right now ain't nowhere near Nashville. It's close, but it ain't near Nashville. But that's what he does when he doesn't have any information. But guess what he didn't do? He didn't deal with the book. He didn't deal with the book. He didn't come up here and be like, you wrote something. He ain't come up here and say none of that, yo. Huh? Yeah. He ain't come up here and say nothing. Let me see what my cousin just sent me. He ain't come up here and say nothing. See, like he think he got people. Let me see what my cousin just sent me. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there they go. Yeah. Put that up there. Gotcha. The motherfucker biting already. So, if you go come somewhere and talk to somebody, bro, you had the floor to talk. You had the floor to talk. We want to hear what you got to say. We're interested. Right. Everybody knows that I'm in Nashville because I done told people that's where I'm from. Everybody knows I'm in Tennessee. That's not a secret. Like all the stuff that he iterated is not a secret. If you go on my Facebook page, you look at my pictures, you'll see a headstone of my father. On the headstone is his when he died. That's not tripping. This nigga said a nigga don't work, yo. I was off Tuesday and Wednesday. I got my hair cut yesterday. I didn't have to go to work. Usually when I get my hair cut, I have to go to work. I've been off since Tuesday. I go to work tomorrow though. That's a fact. I will be on a plantation tomorrow. But anyway, nah, he ain't coming back, bro. He ain't coming back. But he showed up. He wasn't saying nothing, but he showed up. Nah, wasn't nothing weird about that. Wasn't nothing weird about that. As a matter of fact, I knew he wasn't gonna deal with this. This is what I wanted to talk about. This is what I wanted to talk about. I got your attention, nigga. That's how I know. I got your attention. Yeah, you've been ducking. You've been running everywhere else. You've been saying all them other things, but I got your attention. Now, is you ready to really deal with the information? Or you gonna duck? Talk about you ain't got no job, nigga. Come on, bro. We don't even know who you talking to, nigga. Yeah, you like them dogs too. I can bring you one to Virginia. You can meet me at the airport. Just make sure you got 20 bands. Yeah, they all been listening, Ramon. We know they all been listening. They just hop on and then listen and soak it up and whatever. Yeah, that's true. He wasn't gonna never do anything. Nah, he ain't never do it. He never did that. Hit the link, Dane. Come on back. We know you here. Ha 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 ha. You trying to see what you can dig up? Come on. So you can sound like you know somebody, nigga, because you looking at their motherfucking Facebook page, nigga. Oh, hide. Yeah, I was just being quiet so I can pull up your IP address, nigga. You in Nashville, Tennessee, ain't you? You Sean Phillips, ain't you? Huh? You Sean Phillips, ain't you? Huh? Your father name is Kelvin, huh? Kelvin Owens, huh? Yeah, he died in 1989, nigga. That shit's on the pictures that's public to everybody, nigga. Yeah, your father died in 1989, nigga. You ain't got a job, nigga. Look at Chris. Yeah. Come on, Dane. Pull back up, Dane. Come on, man. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, bro. Let's talk about it. We all interested. Yeah. Come on, man. Let's deal with it. Warrior Clan YouTube channel. That is correct. Come on. We finally got you. That's too far out his jurisdiction. He don't even pull up on out of coincidence. That just happened to be a circumstance to where he had to just come pull up on because of them videos. And then he claims people was telling him. Does he watch the shows? Probably. But it requires too much evidence over here that he can't use his little microphone tricks on people. That shit don't work over here. I'm not saying it don't work on Not a C channel. That's why he only got like 5 minutes. You got to get up out of there when it get too heated. But no, this is not Dane.
So you're promoting,
boy,
Marcy language coming from Ghana. Damn, this whole time you ain't even speak your African language yet, huh?
Woo! It's Dane Calloway, y'all. Give it up.
Marcy language. You ain't gonna speak your Marcy language?
ETM Hotel. Look. This is the funny part right here. Like, no matter what, I can give him some pieces of languages from several different West African countries. It ain't gonna matter to him. You know why it don't matter to him? Because he is of the illusion that I said I was Masi, which isn't even pronounced Masi, right? It's not pronounced in that particular vernacular. But that's neither here nor there. He doesn't know anything, so he's under the assumption and the oppression. Right. But here you go right here, Chris.
Marcy language coming from Ghana.
Alafia.
But Kenna Ghana. The Marcy language is Mori language. You don't speak Mori language. You speak in English.
Boy.
You speak in English.
We got him. What is he speaking? The same English. Yo,
so you posted up a picture saying that
why you here?
Me and Top Cat having a debate again.
That's why he's here. Because I posted up a picture of him and Top Cats having a debate.
Against each other?
Nah, we promoting it. That's what we promoting in 2024.
So you're a promoter now?
No, that's what we promoting. You and Top Cats debate y'all differences.
So you're not gonna be selling your pit bulls no more. You're just gonna be going straight to.
I don't sell pit bulls.
Oh, so you don't, Sean Phillips? Come on, bro.
I don't sell pit bulls.
I just got your little IP address real quick. You still out there in Nashville, Tennessee?
I don't sell pit bulls.
Stop lying.
Correct yourself. I don't
stop lying. You know I got pictures.
I don't sell.
I got everything I need. That's why I just sat right there and let you talk so I could grab your IP.
Bulls.
You still in Nashville, Tennessee, right?
Sell pit
Sean Phillips.
Bulls. Correct yourself.
All right, hold on. Kevin Owens Sr., your father, he died in 1989.
Share your screen.
Is Jock?
Share your screen.
They call him Jock, right?
Share your screen.
Kelvin Owens, that's not your father?
Share your screen. Yeah, that's my father.
Oh, man.
Not it. That's absolutely my motherfucking father.
Okay, Sean Phillips, then stop playing.
Yeah, ain't nobody playing. You said I sold.
Why y'all always be hiding, bro?
Hiding? I don't hide.
Why y'all always be hiding? Like I can't get your IP real quick. Why you try to hide your IP like you ain't in Nashville?
What are you talking about? I'm not.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
But where I'm at right now.
46 years old and you ain't working.
That's 2 errors. 3. So he said that I'm 46. I'm not even 46. He said that I ain't working. That's a lie. He said, what did he say? He said I sold pit bulls. That's a lie. I don't sell pit bulls. Never have. We have exotic Frenchies and bullies. And notice, he ain't say the name of the business because he know that them dogs is top dollar shit. He knows. If he knows anything about the business, he knows that the dogs we have are, top quality. That's why he didn't go there. Oh, you in Nashville? No, I'm not in Nashville right now. You don't even know exactly where I am. You just capping. Third, whatever the case may be. But we still didn't get into your purpose of what you came for, Dane, because I know you still listening. We know that you still listening. You wanted to talk about the flyer, right? Yeah, absolutely. We're promoting that. Because he says the slave trade didn't happen. You said it did happen. So who's right? Who's wrong? Are you mad? 46? Nigga,
46?
Who the fuck is 46?
Bro, when the last time you had a job?
46, nigga.
When the last time you had a job?
Who's not working?
When the last time you had a job?
This nigga ain't had no job in a while because he come up off of YouTube and this nigga over and selling big motherfuckers bullshit. And he talking about when the last time I had a job, nigga. For real, nigga. Damn, you need to get updated information, brother.
Listen.
Who said
listen? This is so funny, bro. You go laugh about us 9 hours ago. Here you are back again. You ain't got no job.
Who ain't?
What you gonna say? You off for Thanksgiving?
Who ain't? Who ain't? Hey, this
broke niggas, man.
This was funny.
Y'all fan Africans be broke.
Hey, so this what's funny. Is that you said I don't have no job, but I was just on a show with your people on the Abo channel talking to them while I was working. Oh, don't leave, nigga. Don't leave, nigga. Don't run, nigga. You want to talk about somebody that ain't got a job, nigga? Come on, Donnie, with the bullshit, bro. Like, what the fuck, Donnie? Like, you tripping, bro? Ain't nobody entertaining that shit. Like, chill out, bro. Like, for real. He said, what's the last time Dane had a rap hit? Shit, he ain't never had that. He ain't never had that. Them boys in Virginia know he foolish. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, today is live. Yo, I had to send something to my homeboy. His kids raising some money. Raising money for his football team. Yeah, he probably is. So hold on real quick. Let me do something. Let me do something real quick. Do something before 2 something. He want to report it because it's got his picture in there, but he can't really do anything about it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing he can do about it. Ain't none of his content on the channel, so he can't really strike it. He can't do none of that. The only thing that he need to be dealing with, this is what he need to be dealing with, Dane. This what you need to be dealing with, Dane. Yeah. This what you need to be dealing with, Dane. It was told in reverse. The untold truth about the transatlantic slave trade revisited. That's what you need to be dealing with, my nigga. That's what you need to be dealing with. But yo, check it. I'm about to slide out, do my thing. I've been live way too long. Get this nigga to pull up live too long. I don't know why he mad, but that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Yo, Stevie Wonder whooping any living artist of it. Kevin Troy. Dane is messy. He's a scam and a con. A failed rapper found a new scam, convincing African Americans that they are somehow indigenous to America after 300 years of documented history and receipts. Facts. Facts. But yeah, man, I'm about to get up out of here, man. I need to go to my cousin's house. And I'll probably be live later. You know I'm gonna clip that up. I'm gonna clip that up and a couple of other little pieces. You know what I'm saying? He like to come over here. He like to run. That's what he do. I told you he ain't got number 5 minutes. He ain't got number 5 minutes because when people start talking about his book, he don't want to have no conversation. Ain't no conversation for that. But yeah. A bitch was over there laughing. You quiet the whole time, just sitting there laughing, yo. Everybody know who I am. Ain't nothing I running from. Shit. I show up in other people's towns, cities. Nigga, I travel. Fuck out of here, nigga. Appreciate y'all tapping in, man. Make sure y'all get the information. It's actually in the description of the video that was earlier in the build. Everything else behind that is not in the build, but you can go back and catch the replay, and you can get into a lot of that. Some of the sources that I showed on the screen are in other bills related to Anthony Johnson and Mary Johnson and Isabella and Anthony and all of that, all of that stuff. So I know y'all had a good turkey day. My boy was up here, Satepa Ra. We got some of the elbow foolishness out there. Yeah, man. He will never have a conversation with me regarding his book. See, had I been up here showing a PDF version of his book, he probably would have been here more because he would have been trying to get a content strike, or you know what I'm saying, some fake legality or some shit like that. But he couldn't do that because I responded to his work the right way. He's not even gonna do that. Scamming people $60 to sell you a 60-page book and then lie to you throughout the whole entire book and claim that he's using sources that are not even in the book at all. The sources that he said, and it's caught over and over. So it is what it is, man. Y'all just need to chill out, bro. It is what it is. Catch the replay. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna play this one for you, Dan. This one for you.
Anytime that we in VIP, they say the zoo in town. Turkey seller fences going wild, yeah, doing clowns. Monkey niggas talking shit, I can make them see. Have my Africans eat his face like he's some bush meat. Animals, we animals, nah, we ain't playing fair. Dog show by 20 pretty bitches prancing over here, sweating like a dog, and I need my H2O. I'ma grab your ass and tip you good before the night is over. We gon' need about 30 bottles, jungle juice is going on. Sharamo and Rose women, whatever they pouring on. Bite that pill and tranquilize. Now they got that monkey loose. She fuck gorillas, we gorillas, then you and your monkey poop. I'm going down.